Okay, well, here it begins. Hi to all of the people who are not listening or are listening to my chat. I'm Tova, and I'm going to start this stream by reading a chapter, maybe two, of The Princess Bride, and then we'll go from there, and maybe I'll switch to video games. Maybe I'll just, have an entire panic attack and not do any of it. But anyway, here we are. The Princess Bride by William Goldman. Oh, this one's illustrated, so at some point I might be turning the camera on and showing you pictures. Here we are. The Princess Bride, S. Morgenstern's classic tale of true love and high adventure by William Goldman. There's a lot of talking at the beginning, at the intro. Um, this man is absolutely interesting, and I may at some point when this book is over, go back and read all of the little special things where his comments and whatnot are. Oh my goodness. I should have found the correct page before I went live. Here we are. I think I found it. All right. Page 1. This is my favorite book in all the world, though I have never read it. How is such a thing possible? I'll do my best to explain. As a child, I simply had no interest in books. I hated reading. I was very bad at it. And besides, how could you take the time to read when there are games that shrieked for playing? Basketball, baseball, marbles. I simply could never get enough. I wasn't even good at them. But give me a football and an empty playground, and I could invest last-second triumphs that would bring tears to your eyes. School was torture. Miss Roginski, who was my teacher for the third through fifth grades, would have meeting after meeting with my mother. I don't feel Billy is perhaps extending himself quite as much as he might. Or, when we test him, Billy does really exceptionally well considering his class standing. Or, most often, I don't know, Mrs. Goldman, what are we going to do about Billy? What are we going to do about Billy? That was the phrase that haunted me those first 10 years. I pretended not to care, but secretly I was petrified. Everyone and everything was passing me by. I had no real friends. No single person who shared an equal interest in all games. I seemed busy, 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 but I suppose, if pressed, I might have admit that for all my frenzy, I was very much alone. What are we going to do about you, Billy? I don't know, Mrs. Roginski. How could you have failed this reading test? I've heard you use every word with my own ears. I'm sorry, Miss Roginski. I must not have been thinking. You are always thinking, Billy. You just weren't thinking about the reading test. I could only nod. What was it this time? I don't know. I can't remember. Was it Stanley Hack again? Stan Hack was the Cubs' third baseman for these and many other years. I saw him play once from a bleacher seat, and even at that distance he had the sweetest smile I had ever seen, and to this day I swear he smiled at me several times. I just worshipped him. He could also hit a ton. Bronco Nagurski. He's a football player, a great football player, and the paper last night said he might come back and play for the Bears again. He retired when I was little, but if he came back, I could get someone to take me to a game. I could see him play, and maybe if whoever took me also knew him, I could meet him after, and maybe if he was hungry, I might let him have a sandwich. Who might have brought that I might have brought with me? I was trying to figure out what kind of sandwich Bronco Nagurski would like. She just sagged at her desk. You have got a wonderful imagination, Billy. I don't know what I said. Probably thank you or something. I can't harness it, though, she went on. Why is that? I think it's probably I need glasses and I don't read because the words are so fuzzy. That would explain why I'm all the time squinting. Maybe if I went into an eye doctor who could give me glasses, I'd be the best reader in your class and you wouldn't have to keep me after school so much. She just pointed behind her. Get to work cleaning the blackboards, Billy. Yes, ma'am. I was the best at cleaning blackboards. Do they look fuzzy? Miss Roginski said after a while. Oh no, I just made that up. I never squinted either, but she just seemed so whipped about it. She always did. This has been going on for 3 grades now. I'm just not getting through to you. It's not your fault, Mrs. Rodzinski. It wasn't. I just worshipped her too. She was all dumpy and fat, but I used to wish she'd been my mother. I could never make that really come out right unless she'd been married to my father first, and then they'd gotten divorced and my father had married my mother, which was okay because Miss Rodzinski had to work, so my father got custody of me. That all made sense. Only they never seemed to know each other, my dad and Miss Rodzinski. Whenever they'd meet each year during the Christmas pageant, when all the parents came, I'd watch the two of them like crazy, hoping for some kind of secret glimmer or look that could only mean, how are you? Oh, dropped my bookmark. That could only mean, well, how are you? How's your life been going since our divorce? But no soap. She wasn't my mother. She was just my teacher, and I was her own personal and growing disaster area. You're going to be all right, Billy. I sure hope so, Miss Roginski. You're a late bloomer, that's all. Winston Churchill was a late bloomer, and so are you. I was just about to ask her who he played for, but there was something in her tone that made me know enough not to. And Einstein. Him I also didn't know, or what a late bloomer was either, but boy did I ever want to be one. When I was 26, my first novel, The Temple of Gold, was published by Alfred A. Knopf, which is now part of Random House, which is now part of RCA, which is just part of what's wrong with publishing in America today, which is not part of this story. Anyway, before publication, the publicity people at Knopf were talking to me, trying to figure out what they could do to justify their salaries, and they asked who did I want to send advance copies to that might be an opinion maker, and I didn't know anybody like that. And they said, think, everybody knows somebody. And so I got all excited because the idea just came to me. And I said, okay, send a copy to Miss Roginski, which I figure was illogical and terrific. Because if anybody made my opinions, she did. She's all through Temple of Gold, by the way. I only called her Miss Paltuski. Even then, I was creative. Who? This publicity lady said. This old teacher of mine. You send her a copy and I'll sign it and maybe write the little. I was really excited until this publicity guy interrupted with, we were thinking of someone more on the national scene. Very soft, I just said. Miss Roginski, you just send her a copy, please, okay? Yes, he said. Yes, by all means. You remember how I didn't ask who Churchill played for because of her tone? I must have hit that same tone, too, just then. Anyway, something must have happened because he right away wrote her name down, asking if it was Ski or Sky. With the eye, I told him, already hiking through the years trying to get the inscription fantastic for her. You know, clever and modest and brilliant and perfect, like that. First name, he said. That brought me back fast. I didn't know her first name. Miss was all I ever called her. I didn't know her address either. I didn't even know if she was alive or not. I hadn't been back to Chicago in 10 years. I was an only child. Both folks gone. Who needed Chicago? Send it to Highland Park Grammar School, I said. And first what I thought I'd write was, for Miss Roginski, a rose from your late bloomer. But then I thought it was too conceited. So I decided, for Miss Roginski, a weed from your late bloomer would be more humble. Too humble, I decided next, and that was it for bright ideas that day. I couldn't think of anything. Then I thought, what if she doesn't even remember me? Hundreds of students over the years. Why would she? So finally, in desperation, I put, from Miss Roginski, from William Goldman. Billy, you called me, and you said I would be a late bloomer, and this book is for you, and I hope you like it. I was in your class for third, fourth, and fifth grades. Thank you very much, William Goldman. The book came out and got bummed. I stayed in and did the same, adjusting. Not only did it not establish me as the freshest thing since Kit Marlowe, it also didn't get read by anybody. Not true. It got read by any number of people, all of whom I knew. I think it's safe to say, however, no strangers savored it. It was a grinding experience, and I reacted as indicated above. So when Miss Roginski's note came, late, it got sent to Knopf, and they took their time relaying it. I was really ready for a lift. Dear Mr. Goldman, thank you for the book. I have not had time yet to read it, but I am sure it is a fine endeavor. I of course remember you. I remember all my students. Yours sincerely, Antonia Roginski. What a crusher. She didn't remember me at all. There I sat holding the note, rocked. People don't remember me. Really. It's not any paranoid thing. I just have this habit of slipping through memories. It doesn't bother me all that much, except I guess that's a lie. It does. For some reason I test very high on forgettability. So when Miss Roginski sent me that note, making her just like everybody else, I was glad she'd never gotten married. I never liked her anyway. She'd always been a rotten teacher, and it served her right her first name was Antonia. I didn't mean it, I said out loud right then. I was alone in my one-room job on Manhattan's glamorous West Side and talking to myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I went on. You've got to believe that, Miss Roginski. What had happened, of course, was that I had finally seen the postscript. It was on the back of the thank you note, and what it said was, Idiot, not even the immortal S. Morgenstern could feel more parental than I. S. Morgenstern, the Princess Bride! She remembered! Flashback. 1941. Autumn. I'm a little cranky because my radio won't get the football games. Northwestern is playing Notre Dame. It starts at 1, and by 1:30 I can't get the game. Music, news, soap operas, everything. But it's not the biggie. I call for my mother. She comes. I tell her my radio is busted. I can't find Northwestern Notre Dame. She says, You mean football? I say, Yes, 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 I say. It's Friday, she says. I thought they played on Saturday. Am I an idiot? I lie back, listening to the soaps, and after a little I try to find it again, and my stupid radio will pick up every Chicago station, except the one carrying the football game. I really holler now, and my mother tears in. I'm going to heave this radio out the window, I say. I won't get it. It won't get it. I can't make it get it. Get what? She says. The football game, I say. How dumb are you? The game. Saturday, and watch your tongue, young man, she says. I already told you. It's Friday. She goes again. Was there ever so ample a dunce? Humiliated, I flick around on my trusty Zenith, trying to find the football game. It was so frustrating. I was lying there sweating, and my stomach felt crazy, and I was pounding the top of the radio to make it work right. And that is how they discovered that I was delirious with pneumonia. Pneumonia today is not what it once was, especially when I had it. 10 days or so in the hospital and then home for a long recuperating period. I guess it was 3 more weeks in bed, maybe a month, maybe. No energy, no games even. I was just this lump going through a strength gathering time period, which is how you have to think of me when I came upon the Princess Bride. It was my first night home, drained, still one sick cookie. My father came in, I thought to say good night. He sat on the end of my bed. Chapter 1, The Bride, he said. It was only then I kind of looked up and saw he was holding a book. That alone was surprising. My father was next to illiterate in English. He came from Florida, the setting of The Princess Bride. He came from Florin, the setting of The Princess Bride, and there he had been no fool. He said once he would have ended up a lawyer, and maybe so. The facts are, when he was 16, he got a shot at coming to America, gambled on the land of opportunity, and lost. There was never much here for him. He was not attractive to look upon, very short, and from an early age bald. He was ponderous at learning. Once he got a fact, it stayed, but the hours it took to pass into his cranium were not to be believed. His English always stayed ridiculously immigranty, and that didn't help him either. He met my mother on the boat over, got married later, and when he thought they could afford it, had me. He worked forever as the number 2 chair in the least successful barber shop in Highland Park, Illinois. Towards the end, he used to doze all day in his chair. He went that way. He was gone for an hour before the number 1 guy realized it. Until then, he just thought my father was having a good doze. Maybe he was. Maybe that's all any of this is. When they told me, I was terribly upset, but I thought at the same time it was almost existence-proving way for him to go. Anyway, I said. Huh? What? I didn't hear. I was so weak, terribly tired. Chapter 1. The Bride. He held up the book then. I'm reading it to you, for relax. He practically shoved the book in my face. By S. Morgenstern, great Florinese writer. The Princess Bride. He too came to America. S. Morgenstern, dead now in New York. The English is his own. He spoke 8 tongues. There, my father put down the book and held up all his fingers. 8. Once, in Florence City, I was in his cafe. He shook his head now. He was always doing that. My father shaking his head when he said it wrong. Not his cafe. He was in it. Me too, same time. I saw him. S. Morgenstern. He had his head like this, that big, and he shaped his hands like a big balloon. Great man, Florence City. Not so much in America. Has it got any sports in it? Fencing, fighting, torture, poison, true love, hate, revenge, giants, hunters, bad men, good men, beautifulest ladies, snakes, spiders, beasts of all natures and descriptions, pain, death, brave men, coward men, strongest men, chases, escapes, lies, truth, passion, miracles. Sounds okay, I said, and I kind of closed my eyes. I'll do my best to stay awake, but I'm awfully sleepy, Daddy. Who can know when his world is going to change? Who can tell before it happens that every prior experience, all the years, were a preparation for nothing? Picture this now, an all but illiterate old man struggling with an enemy tongue and an all but exhausted young boy fighting against sleep. And nothing between them but the words of another alien, painfully translated from native sounds to foreign. Who could suspect that in the morning a different child would wake? I remember for myself only trying to beat back fatigue. Even a whole week later, I was not aware of what had begun that night. The doors that were slamming shut while others slid in the clear. Perhaps I should have known something, but maybe not. Who can sense revelation in the wind? What happened was just this. I got hooked on the story. For the first time in my life, I became actively interested in a book. Me, the sports fanatic. Me, the game freak. Me, the only 10-year-old in Illinois with a hate-on for the alphabet, wanted to know what happened next. What became of beautiful Buttercup, and poor Wesley, and Inigo, and the greatest swordsman in the history of the world? And how really strong was Fezzik, and were the limits to the cruelty of Vincini, the devil Sicilian? Each night my father read to me, chapter by chapter, always fighting to sound the words properly, to nail down the sense. And I lay there, eyes kind of closed, my body slowly beginning the long flow back to strength. It took, as I said, probably a month, and in that time he read The Princess Bride twice to me. Even when I was able to read myself, this book remained his. I would have never dreamed of opening it. I wanted his voice, his sounds. Years later, even sometimes I might say, how about the duel on the cliff with Inigo and the man in black? And my father would gruff and grumble, and get the book, and lick his thumbs, turning his page until the mighty battle began. I loved that. Even today, that's how I summon back my father when the need arises. Slumped and squinting and halting over the words, giving me Morgenstern's masterpiece as best he could. The Princess Bride belonged to my father. Everything else was mine. There wasn't an adventure story anywhere that was safe for me. Come on, I would say to Miss Roginski when I was well again. Stevenson, you keep saying Stevenson. I finished Stevenson. Who now? And she would say, well, try Scott. See how you like him. So I tried old Sir Walter, and I liked him well enough to butt through a half dozen books in December. A lot of that was Christmas vacation when I didn't have to interrupt my reading for anything, but now and then a little food. Who else? Who else? Cooper, maybe, she'd say. And so off I went to the Deer Slayer and all the leather stocking stuff, and then on my own one day I stumbled into Dumas and I can't say this word, D'Artagnan. And that got me through most of February. Those guys. You have become, before my very eyes, a novel-holic, Miss Roginski said. Do you realize you are spending more time now reading than you used to spend on games? Do you know that your arithmetic grades are actually getting worse? I never minded when she knocked me. We were alone in the schoolroom, and I was after her for somebody good to devour. She shook her head. You are certainly blooming, Billy. Before my very eyes. I just don't know into what. I just stood there and waited for her to tell me to read somebody. You are impossible standing there waiting. She thought for a second. All right, try Hugo, the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Hugo, I said. Hunchback. Thank you. And I turned, ready to begin my sprint to the library. I heard her words sighed behind me as I moved. This can't last. It just can't last. But it did. And it has. I am as devoted to adventure now as then, and that's never going to stop. That first book of mine I mentioned, The Temple of Gold, do you know where that title comes from? From the movie Gunga Din, which I've seen 16 times, and I still think is the greatest adventure movie ever made. True story about Gunga Din. When I got discharged from the army, I made a vow never to go back to an army post. No big deal, just a simple lifelong vow. Okay, now I'm home the day after I get out, and I got a buddy at Fort Sheridan nearby, and I called to check in, and he says, hey, guess what's on post tonight? Gunga Din. We'll go, I said. It's tricky, he said. You're a civilian. Upshot. I got back in a uniform the first night I was out and snuck onto an army post to see that movie. Snuck back. A thief in the night, heart pounding, the sweats, and everything. I'm addicted to action adventure. Call it what you will, in any way, shape, or form. I never missed an Alan Ladd picture, an Errol Flynn picture. I still don't miss John Wayne pictures. My whole life really began with my father reading me the Morgenstern when I was 10. Fact, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid is no question the most popular thing I've ever been connected with. When I die, if the Times gives me an obit, it's going to be because of Butch. Okay, now what's the scene everybody talks about? The single moment that stays fresh for you and me and the masses? Answer, the jump off the cliff. Well, when I wrote that, I remember thinking of those cliffs that they were jumping off. Those were the cliffs of insanity that everybody tries to climb in The Princess Bride. In my mind, when I wrote Butch, I was thinking back further to my mind, remembering my father reading the rope climb up the cliffs of insanity and the death that was lurking behind. That book was the single best thing that happened to me. Sorry about that, Helen. Helen's my wife, the hotshot psychiatrist. And long before I was even married, I knew I was going to share it with my son. I knew I was going to have a son, too. So when Jason was born, if he had been a girl, he would have been named Pamby. Can you believe that? A woman psychiatrist who would give her child such a name? Anyway, when Jason was born, I made a mental note to buy him a copy of The Princess Bride for his 10th birthday. And then I promptly forgot about it. Flash forward. The Beverly Hills Hotel last December. I'm going mad having meetings on Ear 11's The Stepford Wives, which I am adapting for the silver screen. I call my wife at dinner time, which I always do. It makes her feel wanted. And we're talking, and at the close, she says, "Oh, we're giving Jason a 10-speed bike. I bought it today. I thought it was fitting, don't you?" Why fitting? Oh, come on, Willie. 10 years, 10 speeds. Is he 10 tomorrow? It went clean out of my head. Call us at supper time tomorrow and you can wish him a happy. Helen, I said then, listen, do me something. Buzz the 999 bookshop and have them send over The Princess Bride. Let me get a pencil. And she's gone for a while. Okay, shoot. The what bride? Princess. By S. Morgenstern. It's a kid's classic. Tell him I'll quiz him on it when I'm back next week, and that he doesn't have to like it or anything, but if he doesn't, tell him I'll kill him myself. Give him that message exactly, please. I wouldn't want to apply any extra pressure or anything. Kiss me, my fool. Mwah, mwah. No starlets now. This was always her sign-off line when I was alone and on the loose in sunny California. They're extinct, dummy, was mine. We hung up. Now, the next afternoon, it so happened, from somewhere, there actually appeared a living, sun-tanned, breathing deeply starlet. I'm lolling by the pool and she moves by in a bikini, and she is gorgeous. I'm free for the afternoon. I don't know a soul, so I start playing a game about how I can approach this girl so she won't laugh out loud. I never do anything, but ogling is great exercise, and I am a major league girl watcher. I can't come up with any approach that connects with reality, so I start to swim my laps. I swim a quarter mile a day because I have a bad disc at the base of my spine. Up and back, up and back. 18 laps. And when I'm done, I'm hanging on in the deep end, panting away, and over swims the starlet. She hangs on a ledge in the deep end, too. Maybe all of 6 inches away, hair all wet and glistening, and the body's underwater, but you know it's there, and she says, "Pardon me, but aren't you William Goldman, who wrote Boys and Girls Together? That's like my favorite book in all the world." I clutch the ledge and nod. I don't remember what I said exactly. That's a lie. I remember exactly what I said, except it's too goon-like to put it down. Ye gods, I'm 40 years old. Goldman, yes, Goldman, I'm Goldman. It came out like in all one word, so there's no telling what language she thought I was responding in. I'm Sandy Sterling, she said. Hi. Hi, Sandy Sterling. I got out, which is pretty suave. Suave for me, anyway. I'd say it again if the situation came up. Then my name was paged. The Znooks will not leave me alone, I say, and she breaks out laughing, and I hurry to the phone thinking it was really all that clever. And by the next time I get there, I decide, yes, it was, and into the receiver I say that, clever. Not hello, not Bill Goldman, clever is what I say. Did you say clever, Willie? It happened to be Helen. I'm in a story conference, Helen. We're speaking tonight at supper time. Why are you calling at lunch for? Hostile, hostile. Never argue with your wife about hostility when she's a certified Freudian. It's just they're driving me crazy with stupid notions at the story conference. What's up? Nothing, probably, except the Morgenstern's out of print. I've checked with Doubleday, too. You kind of sounded like it might have been important, so I'm just letting you know Jason will have to be satisfied with his very fitting 10-speed machine. Not important, I said. Sandy Sterling was smiling. From the deep end, straight at me. Thanks, though, anyway. I was about to hang up, and then I said, well, as long as you've gone this far, call Argosy on 59th Street. They special in out-of-print stuff. Argosy, 59th. Got it. Talk to you at supper. She hung up. Without saying no starlets now. Every call she ends with that, and now she doesn't? Could I have given it away by something in my tone? Helen's very spooky about that, being a shrink and all. Guilt, like pudding, began bubbling on the back burner. I went back to my lounge chair alone. Sandy Sterling swam a few laps. I picked up my New York Times, a certain amount of sexual tension in the vicinity. Done swimming, she asks. I put my paper down. She was by the edge of the pool now, nearest my chair. I nod, staring at her. Which the Nook, Dick or Daryl? She was asking about the phone call. It was my wife, I said, emphasis on the last word. It didn't faze her. She got out and lay down in the next chair, top heavy but golden, if you like them that way. You had to like Sandy Sterling. I like them that way. You're here out on the Levin, aren't you? Stepford Wives? I'm doing the screenplay. I really loved that book. Like, it's my favorite book in all the world. I'd love to be in a picture like that. Written by you. I'd do anything for a shot at that. So there it was. She was putting it right out there, on the line. I set her straight fast. Listen, I said, I don't do things like that. And if I did, I would, because you're gorgeous. That goes without saying. And I wish you joy. But life's too complicated without that kind of thing going on. That's what I thought I was going to say. But then I figured, hey, wait a minute. What law is there that says you have to be the token Puritan of the movie business? I've worked with people who keep card files on this kind of thing. True, asked Joyce Haber. Have you acted a lot in features? I heard myself asking. Now you know I was really passionate to know the answer of that one. Nothing really that enlarged my boundaries, you know what I mean? Mr. Goldman? I look up. It was the assistant lifeguard. For you again. He hands me the phone. Willie? Just the sound of my wife's voice sent sheer blind misgivings through each and every bit of me. Yes, Helen. You sound funny. What is it, Helen? Nothing, but... It can't be nothing or you wouldn't have called me. What is the matter, Willie? Nothing is the matter. I was trying to be logical. You did, after all, place a call. I was merely trying to ascertain why. I can be pretty distant when I put my mind to it. You are hiding something, she said. Nothing drives me crazier than when Helen does that. Because, see, with this horrible psychiatrist background of hers, she only accused me of hiding things from her when I'm actually hiding things from her. Helen, I'm in the middle of a story conference now. So just get on with it. So there I was again, lying to my wife about another woman, and the other woman knew it. Sandy Sterling, in the next chair, smiled dead into my eyes. Argosy doesn't have the book. Nobody has the book. Goodbye, Willie. She hung up. Wife again? I nodded and put the phone on the table by my lounge chair. You sure talk to each other a lot. I know, I told her. It's murder trying to get any writing done. I guess she smiled. There was no way I could stop my heart from pounding. Chapter 1. The Bride, my father said. I must have jerked around or something because she said, huh? I began nothing, I said finally. Easy, she said, and gave me a really sweet smile. She dropped her hand over mine for just a second, very gentle and reassuring. I wondered, was it possible she was understanding too? Gorgeous and understanding? Was that legal? Helen wasn't ever understanding. She's always saying, I understand why you're saying that, Willie. But secretly she was ferreting out my neuroses. No, I guess she was understanding. What she wasn't was sympathetic. And of course, she wasn't like the starlet. I met my wife in graduate school, I said to Sandy Sterling. She was getting her PhD. Sandy Sterling was having a little trouble with my train of thought. You were just kids. How old are you? Do you want my real age or my baseball age? I like that. You want my real age or my baseball age? I really laughed then. Gorgeous, understanding, and funny. In my head, I hear fencing, fighting, torture. Love, hate, revenge, giants, beasts of all natures and descriptions, truth, passion, miracles, my father said. It was 12:55, and I said, one phone call, okay? Okay, she says. New York information, I said into the receiver, and when I was through, I said, could you give me the name of some 4th Avenue bookshops, please? There must be 20 of them. Fourth Avenue is used and out of print center of the English speaking chapter of the civilized world. While the operator looked, I kind of turned to the creature on the next lounge and said, "My kid's 10 today. I'd kind of like to have him this book a present. Won't take a sec." "Swing," said Sandy Sterling. "I list one bookstore called the Fourth Avenue Bookshop," the operator said, and she gave me the number. "I can't you give me any of the others? They're all down there in a clump." "If you will give me their names, I can help you," the operator said, speaking. "This one'll do," I said, and I got the hotel operator to ring through for me. "Listen, I'm calling from Los Angeles," I said, "and I need The Princess Bride by S. Morgenstern." "Nope, sorry," the guy said, and before I could say, "Well, could you give me the names of the other shops down there?" he hung up. "Give me that number back, please," I said to the hotel operator. And when the guy was on the line again, I said, "This is your Los Angeles correspondent. Don't hang up so fast this time." "Bye. Have a good day at work." "I ain't got it, mister." "I understand that. What I'd like is, since I'm in California, could you give me the names and numbers of some of the other stores down there? They might have it, and there aren't exactly an abundance of New York Yellow Pages drifting around out here." "They don't help me, I don't help them." He hung up again. I sat there with the receiver in my hand. "What's this special book?" Sandy Sterling asked. "Not important," I said, and hung up. And then I said, "What? Yes, it is," and picked up the receiver again, and eventually got my publishing house in New York, Harkrot Brace Janovich, and after a few more eventualities, my editor's secretary read me off the names and numbers of every bookstore in the Fourth Avenue area. "Hunters," my father was saying now. "Bad men, good men, beautifulest ladies." He was cramped in my cranium, hunched over, bald and squinting, trying to read, trying to please, trying to keep his son alive and the wolves away. It was 1:10 before I had the list completed and rang off from the secretary. Then I started the bookstores. "Listen, I'm calling from Los Angeles on the Morgenstern book, The Princess Bride." "Thank you for the follow, Edison." It was 1:10 before I had the list completed and rang off from the secretary. Then I started with the bookstores. "Listen, I'm calling from Los Angeles on the Morgenstern book, The Princess Bride, and sorry." "Sorry." Busy signal. "Not for years." Another busy signal. Now it's 1:35. Sandy is swimming and getting a little angry too. She must have thought I was putting her on, but I wasn't. It sure looked that way. "Sorry, I had a copy in December." "No soap, sorry." "This is a recorded announcement. The number you have dialed is not in working order. Please hang up and..." Nope. Sandy was really upset now. Glaring, gathering her stuff. "Who reads Morgenstern today?" said the next person I called. "Sandy, going, gorgeous, gone." "Bye, Sandy. Sorry, Sandy." "Sorry, we're closing shop." 1:55 now. 4:55 in New York. Panic in Los Angeles. Busy. No answer. No answer. "Florinies?" "I got, I think, somewhere in the back." I sat up in my lounge chair. His accent was thick. "I need the English translation." "You don't get much call from Morgenstern nowadays. I don't even know what I got back there. You come in tomorrow. You look around." "I'm in California," I said. "It would mean a great deal to me if you'd look." "You gonna hold on while I do it? I'm not gonna pay for this call." "Take your time," I said. He took 17 minutes. I just hung on, listening. Every so often I'd hear a footstep, or a crash of books, or a grunt. Ugh, ugh. Finally, "Well, I got the floor knees like I thought." So close. But not the English? I said. And suddenly he's yelling at me. What are you, crazy? I break my back and he says I haven't got it. Yes, I got it. I got it right here, and believe me, it's going to cost a pretty penny. Great. Really? No kidding. Now listen, here's what you do. Get yourself a cab and tell him to take the book straight up to Park and... Mr. California, you listen now. It's coming up a blizzard and I'm going no place, and neither of these books without money. $6.50 on the barrel. Each. You want the English, you have to take the Florinies, and I close at 6. These books don't leave my premises without $13 changing hands. Don't move, I said. And who do you call when it's after hours and Christmas is on the horizon? Only your lawyer. Charlie, I said when I got him, please do me this. Go to 4th Avenue, Abronowitz's, and give him $13 for 2 books. Taxi up to my house and tell the doorman to take me to my apartment. And yes, I know it's snowing. What do you say? This is such a bizarre quest that I have to agree to do it. I call Abramowitz yet again. My lawyer is hot on the trail. No checks, Abramowitz says. You're all heart? I hung up and started figuring, more or less 120 minutes long distance, at $1.35 per first 3 minutes, plus 13 for the books, plus probably 10 for Charlie's taxi, plus probably $6.50 for his time to... Came to $250 maybe, all for my Jason to have the Morgenstern. I leaned back and closed my eyes. $250, not to mention 2 solid hours of torment and anguish, and let's not forget Sandy Sterling. A steal. They called me at 7:30. I was in my suite. He loves the bike, Helen said. He's practically out of control. Fabbo, I said. And your books came? What books? I said. The Princess Bride, in various languages, one of them, fortunately, English. Well, that's nice, I said, still loose. I practically forgot I asked to have them sent. How did they get here? I called my editor's secretary and had her scrounge up a couple copies. Maybe they had them at Harcourt. Who knows? They did have copies at Harcourt. Can you buy that? I'll get to wire the next pages, probably. Give me the kid. Hi, he said a second later. Listen, Jason, I told him. I thought about giving you a bike for your birthday, but we decided against it. Boy, are you wrong. I got one already. Jason has inherited his mother's total lack of humor. I don't know. Maybe he's funny and I'm not. We just don't laugh much together is all I can say for sure. My son Jason is an incredible looking kid. I watch my weight, and old Helen is only visible full front plus top of her, which she is this leading child shrink in Manhattan. Our kid can roll faster than he can walk. He's expressing himself, said food. With food, Helen always says. His anxieties, when he feels ready to cope, he'll slim down. Hey, Jason, Mom tells me the book arrived today. The princess thing? I'd sure like it if maybe you'd give it a read while I'm gone. I loved it when I was a kid, and I'm kind of interested in your reaction. Do I have to love it too? He was his mother's son, all right. Jason, no. Just the truth. Exactly what you think. I miss you, Big Shot, and I'll talk to you on your birthday. Boy, are you wrong. Today is my birthday. We bantered a bit more. Long past when there was much to say. Then I did the same with my spouse and hung up, promising a return by the end of 1 week. It took 2. Conferences dragged, producers got inspirations that had to get carefully shot down, directors needed their egos soothed. Anyway, I was longer than anticipated in sunny Cal. Finally, though, I was allowed to return to the care and safety of the family. So I quick buzzed to LA Airport before anyone's mind changed. I got there early, which I always do when I come back, because I have to load up my pockets with doodads and such for Jason. Every time I get home from a trip, he waddles, to me hollering, let me see the pockets. And then he goes through all my pockets, taking out his graft. Once the loot is totaled, he gives me a nice hug. Isn't it awful what we'll do in this world to feel wanted? Let me see the pockets. Jason shouted, moving to me across the foyer. It was supper time Thursday, and while he went through his ritual, Helen emerged from the library and kissed my cheek, going, "What a dashing-looking fellow I have!" Which is also ritual. And laden with gifts, Jason kind of hugged me and waddled off to his room. "Angelica's just getting dinner on," Helen said. "You couldn't have timed it better." Angelica? Helen put her fingers to her lips and whispered, "It's her third day on, but I think she may be a treasure." I whispered back, "What was wrong with the treasure we had when I left? She'd only been with us a week then." "She proved a disappointment," Helen said. That was all. Helen is this brilliant lady, junior phi, bete in college, every academic honor conceivable, really an intellect of startling breadth and accomplishment. Only she can't keep a maid. First, I guess she feels guilty having anybody, since most of the anybody's available nowadays are black or Spanish, and Helen is ultra super liberal. Second, she's so efficient, she scares them. She can do everything better than that they can, and she knows it, and she knows that they know it. Third, once she's got them panicked, she tries to explain, being an analyst, why they shouldn't be frightened. And after a good, solid half-hour ego search with Helen, they are really frightened. Anyway, we have had an average of 4 treasures a year for the last few years. "We've been running into bad luck, but it'll change," I said, just as reassuringly as I knew how. I used to heckle her about the help problem, but I learned that was not necessarily wise. Dinner was ready a little later, and with an arm around my wife and an arm around my son, I advanced towards the dining room. I felt at that moment safe, secure, all nice things. Supper was on the table: creamed spinach and mashed potatoes, gravy, and pot roast. Terrific! Except I don't like pot roast, since I'm a rare meat man, but creamed spinach I have a lech for, so all in all, more edible spread was set across the tablecloth. We sat. Helen served the meat, the rest was passed. My pot roast slice was not terribly moist, but the gravy could compensate. Helen rang. Angelica appeared. Maybe 20 or 18, swarthy, slow-moving. "Angelica," Helen began, "this is Mr. Goldman." I smiled and said, "Hi," and waved a fork. She nodded back. "Angelica, this is not meant to be construed as criticism, since what happened is all my fault. But in the future, we must both try very hard to remember that Mr. Goldman likes his roast beef rare." "This was roast beef?" I said. You do see Bibble Thwoo right there. Um, "This was roast beef?" I said. Helen shot me a look. "Now, Angelica, there's no problem, and I should have told you more than once about Mr. Goldman's preferences. But next time we have boned rib roast, let's do our best to make the middle pink, shall we?" Angelica backed into the kitchen. Another treasure down the tubes. Remember now, we all 3 started this meal happy. 2 of us are left in that state, Helen being clearly distraught. Jason was piling the mashed potatoes on his plate with a practiced and steady motion. I stared at my kid. "Hey," I tried, "let's go a little easy, huh, fella?" He splattered another fat spoonful on his plate. "Jason, they're just loaded," I said. "I'm really hungry, Dad," he said, not looking at me. "Fill up on the meat then, why don't you?" I said. "Eat all the meat you want. I won't say a word." "I'm not eating nothing," Jason said, and he shoved his plate away and folded his arms and stared off into space. "If I were a furniture salesperson," Helen said to me, "or perhaps a teller in a bank, I could understand. But how can you have spent all these years married to a psychiatrist and talk like that? You are out of the dark ages, Willie." "Helen, the boy is overweight. All I suggested is that he might leave a few potatoes for the rest of the world and stuff on this lovely prime pot roast your treasure has whipped up for my triumphant return." "Willie, I don't want to shock you, but Jason happens to have not only a very fine mind, but also exceptionally keen eyesight. When he looks at himself in the mirror, I assure you he knows he is not slender. That is because he does not choose, at this stage, to be slender. He's not that far from dating, Helen. What then? Jason is 10, darling, and not interested at this stage in girls. At this stage, he's interested in rocketry. What difference does a slight case of overweight make to a rocket lover? When he chooses to be slender, I assure you, he has both the intelligence and the willpower to become slender. Until that time, please, in my presence, do not frustrate the child. Sandy Sterling in her bikini was dancing behind my eyes. I'm not eating, and that's it, Jason said. Sweet child, Helen said to the kid in a tone she reserves on this earth only for such moments, be logical. If you do not eat your potatoes, you will be upset, and I will be upset, and your father clearly is already upset. If you do eat your potatoes, I shall be pleased, you will be pleased, your tummy will be pleased. We can do nothing about your father. You have it in your power to upset all or one, about whom, as I have already said, we can do nothing. Therefore, the conclusion is clear. But I have faith in your ability to reach it yourself. Do what you will, Jason. He began to stuff it in. You're making a poof out of that kid, I said, only not loud enough for anybody to hear but me and Sandy to hear. Then I took a deep, deep breath because whenever I come home, there's always trouble, which is because, Helen says, I bring tension with me. I always needed inhuman proof that I've been missed, that I'm still needed, loved. All I know is I hate being away, but coming home is the worst. There's never really much chance to get into, well, what's new since I'm home, chit-chat, seeing as that Helen and I talk every single night anyway. I bet you're a whiz on that bike, I said then. Maybe we'll go for a ride this weekend. Jason looked up from his potatoes. I really loved the book, Dad. It was great. I was surprised that he said it, because naturally I was just starting to work my way into that subject matter. But then, as Helen's always saying, Jason ain't no dummy. Well, I'm glad, I said. And was I ever? Jason nodded. Maybe it's even the best I read in my life. I nibbled away at my spinach. What was your favorite part? Chapter 1, The Bride, Jason said. That really surprised me. Not that Chapter 1 stinks or anything, but there's not that much that goes on compared with the incredible stuff later. Buttercup grows up, mostly, is all. How about the climbs up the cliffs of insanity, I said then. That's in Chapter 5. Oh, great, Jason said. And that description of Prince Humperdinck's Zoo of Death? That's in the 2nd chapter. Even greater, Jason said. What knocked me out about it was that there was this very short little passage on the Zoo of Death, but somehow you just know it's going to figure in later. Did you get that same feeling? Mm-hmm. Jason nodded. Great. By then I knew he hadn't read it. He tried to read it, Helen cut in. He did read the first chapter. Chapter 2 was impossible for him. So when he'd made a sufficient and reasonable attempt, I told him to stop. Different people have different tastes. I told him you'd understand, Willie. Of course I understood. I felt just so deserted, though. I didn't like it, Dad. I wanted to. I smiled at him. How could he not like it? Passion, duels, miracles, giants, true love. You're not eating the spinach either, Helen said. I got up. Time change. I'm not hungry. She didn't say anything till she heard me open the front door. Where are you going? She called then. If I had known, I would have answered. I wandered through December in no topcoat. I wasn't aware of being cold, though. All I knew is I was 40 years old, and I didn't mean to be here when I was 40, locked with this genius shrink wife and this balloon son. It must have been 9 when I was sitting in the middle of Central Park alone. No one could hear me, no other bench occupied. That was when I heard the rustling in the bushes. It stopped. Then again, very soft. Nearer. I whirled, screaming, "Don't you book me!" And whatever it was, friend, foe, imagination, fled. I could hear the running, and I realized something. Right then, at that moment, I was dangerous. Then it got cold. I went home. Helen was going over some notes in bed. Ordinarily, she would come out with something about me being a bit elderly for acts of juvenile behavior. But there must have been danger clinging to me still. I could see it in her smart eyes. "He did try," she said finally. "I never thought he didn't," I answered. "Where's the book?" "The library, I think." I turned, started out. "Can I get you anything?" I said no. Then I went to the library and closed myself in, hunted out The Princess Bride. It was in pretty good shape, I realized, as I checked the binding, which is when I saw it was published by my publishing house, Harcourt, Brace, Jovanovich. This was before that. They weren't even Harcourt and Brace and World yet. Just plain old Harcourt Brace, period. I flicked to the title page, which was funny, since I'd never done that before. It was always my father who had done the handling. I had to laugh when I saw the real title, because right there it said, The Princess Bride. S. Morgenstern's classic tale of true love and high adventure. You had to admire a guy who called his own book a classic before it was published, and anyone else had the chance to read it. Maybe he figured if he didn't do it, nobody would, or maybe he was just trying to give the reviewers a helping hand. I don't know. I skimmed the first chapter, and it was pretty much exactly as I remembered. Then I turned to the second chapter, the one about Prince Humperdinck and the little kind of tantalizing description of the Zoo of Death. That's when I began to realize the problem. Not that the description wasn't there. It was, and pretty much as I remembered it. But before you got to it, there were maybe 60 pages of text dealing with Prince Humperdinck's ancestry and how his family got control of Florin, and this wedding and that child begetting this one over here and who married somebody else. And then I skipped to the third chapter. The courtship, and that was all about the history of Gilder. And I know that country reached its place in the world. The more flipping on, the more I knew. Morgenstern wasn't writing any children's book. He was writing kind of a satiric history of his country and the decline of the monarchy and Western civilization. One moment. Let's see, where were we? The more I flipped, the more I knew. My father only read me the action stuff, the good parts. He never bothered with the serious side at all. About 2 in the morning, I called Hiram in Martha's Vineyard. Hiram Hayden's been my editor for a dozen years, ever since Soldier in the Rain, and we've been through a lot together, but never any phone calls at 2 in the morning. To this day, I know he doesn't understand why I couldn't wait till maybe breakfast. "You sure you're all right, Bill?" he kept saying. "Hey, Hiram," I began after about 6 rings. "Listen, you guys published a book just after World War I. Do you think it might be a good idea for me to abridge it and we'd republish it now?" "You sure you're all right, Bill?" "Fine, absolutely. And see, I just used the good parts. I'd kind of bridge where there were skips in the narrative and leave the good parts alone. What do you think?" "Bill, it is 2 in the morning up here. Are you still in California?" I acted like I was all shocked and surprised, so he wouldn't think I was a nut. "I am so sorry, Hiram. My God, what an idiot. It's only 11 in Beverly Hills. Do you think you could ask Mr. Jovanovich, though?" "You mean now?" "Tomorrow, or the next day. No big deal. I'll ask him anything, only I'm not quite sure I'm getting an accurate reading on exactly what you want." "Are you sure you're all right, Bill?" I could be in New York tomorrow. Call you then about the specifics, okay? Could you make it a little earlier in the business day, Bill? I laughed and we hung up, and I called Zig in California. Everett Ziegler has been my movie agent for maybe 8 years. He did the Butch Cassidy deal for me, and I woke him up too. Hey, Zig, could you give me a postponement on the Stepford Wives? There's this other thing come up. You're contracted to start now. How long a postponement? I can't say for sure. I've never done an abridgment before. Just tell me what you think they'd do. I think if it's a long postponement, they'd threaten to sue you, and you'd end up losing the job. It came out pretty much as he said. They threatened to sue, and I almost lost the job and some money, and didn't make any friends in the industry, as those of us in the showbiz calls movies. But the abridgment got done, and you hold it in your hands. The good parts version. Why did I go through all of that? Helen pressured me greatly to think about an answer. She felt it was important. Not that she know necessarily, but that I know. Because you acted crackers, Willie boy, she said, you had me truly scared. So why? I was never worth beans at self-scrutiny. Everything I write is an impulse. This feels right, that sounds right, like that. I can't analyze, not my own actions anyway. I know I don't expect this to change anybody's life the way it altered mine. But take the title words, True Love and High Adventure. I believed in that once. I thought my life was going to follow that path. Prayed that it would. Obviously it didn't, but I don't think there's any high adventure left anymore. Nobody takes out a sword nowadays and cries out, Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. And true love, you can forget about that too. I don't know if I love anything truly more beyond the porterhouse at Peter Luger's and the cheese enchilada at El Pratador's. Sorry, Helen. Anyway, here's the good parts version. S. Morgenstern wrote it, and my father read it to me. And now I give it to you. What you will do with it will be more than a passing interest to us all. New York City, December 1972. And that is the beginning of the book, The Princess Bride. It's a little bit rambly. This whole book is fascinatingly rambly. There's like these little asides that he puts where he's telling the story or reading the story that, quote, the other author wrote. That person doesn't exist. And there's parts in this book where he's giving his own opinion of the stuff. He'll talk about how he cut something out here or cut something out there, and he talks about things that he basically is a little TLDR of all of the things that he cut out of the book. I am going to take a quick break right now, and I will be back in just a few moments. Okay. 40 seconds left on the timer. Now I have to figure out, I think it's this button. Huzzah! I figured it out. I have returned and figured out scenes without death. This is excellent. Yes. Okay. So, since we didn't actually cover any of the Princess Bride, like the fun bits, we covered all the background information, which frankly I think is really fascinating. It's a little silly because he goes back and forth a bunch of times. I was thinking that I could read chapter 1, which is titled The Bride. And then I will probably switch over to some sort of video games. Um, yes. See, Wibble Swoo, it's hanging out. Um, let's see. So, here, what is this? Update your stream title, category tags, and more. Track viewers who are searching for streamers like you. Look, learn how you can use tags. I feel like reading aloud is what I want. Okay, anyway. The Bride, Chapter 1. The year that Buttercup was born, the most beautiful woman in the world was a French scullery maid named Annette. Annette worked in Paris for the Duke and Duchess de Guiche, and it did not escape the Duke's notice that someone extraordinary was polishing the pewter. The Duke's notice did not escape the notice of the Duchess either, who was not very beautiful and not very rich, but plenty smart. The Duchess set about studying Annette, and shortly found her adversary's tragic flaw. Chocolate. Armed now, the Duchess set to work. For those of you that are listening, this you can still hear me, right? Like I haven't done something stupid. Testing 1, 2, 3 humans. Well, I hope. Anyway, armed now, the Duchess set to work. The Palace des Gouches turned into a candy castle. Everywhere you looked, bonbons. There were piles of chocolate-covered mints in the drawing room, baskets of chocolate-covered nougats in the parlors. Annette never had a chance. Inside of a season, she went from delicate to whopping, and the Duke never glanced in her direction without sad bewilderment clouding his eyes. Annette, it might be noted, seemed only cheerier throughout her enlargement. She inevitably married the pastry chef, and they both ate a lot until old age claimed them. Thank you. Things, it might also be noted, did not fare so cheerily for the Duchess. The Duke, for reasons passing understanding, next became smitten with his very own mother-in-law, which caused the Duchess ulcers. Only they didn't have ulcers yet. More precisely, ulcers existed, people had them, but they weren't called ulcers. The medical profession at the time called them stomach pains and felt the best cure was coffee dolloped with brandy twice a day until the pains subsided. The Duchess took her mixture faithfully, watching through the years as her husband and her mother blew kisses at each other behind her back. Not surprisingly, the Duchess's grumpiness became legendary, as Voltaire has been so ably chronicled. Except this was before Voltaire. The year Buttercup turned 10, the most beautiful woman lived in Bengal, the daughter of a successful tea merchant. The girl's name was Athura, and her skin was of a dusky perfection, unseen in India for 80 years. There have only been 11 perfect complexions in all of India since accurate accounting began. Athura was 19 when the year the pox plague hit Bengal. The girl survived even if her skin did not. When Buttercup was 15, Adela Terrell of Sussex on the Thames was easily the most beautiful creature. Adela was 20, and so far she did outdistance the world that it seemed certain she would be the most beautiful for many, many years. But then, one day, one of her suitors, she had 104 of them, exclaimed that without question, Adela must be the most ideal item yet spawned. Adela, flattered, began to ponder on the truth of the statement. That night, alone in her room, she examined herself pore by pore in the mirrors. This was after mirrors. Toodaloo, take care. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. She began to examine herself pore by pore in her mirror. This was after mirrors. It took her close till dawn to finish her inspection, but by that time it was clear to her that the young man had been quite correct in his assessment. She was, through no real fault of her own, perfect. As she strolled through the family gardens, watching the sunrise, she felt happier than she'd ever been. Not only am I perfect, she said to herself, I am probably the first perfect person in the whole long history of the universe. Not a part of me could stand improving. How lucky I am to be perfect and rich and sought after and sensitive and and young. The mist was rising around her as Adela began to think. Well, of course I'll always be sensitive, she thought, and I'll always be rich, but I don't quite see how I'm going to manage to always be young. And when I am not young, how am I going to stay perfect? And if I'm not perfect, what else is there? What else, indeed? Adela furrowed her brows in desperate thought. It was the first time in her life her brow had ever begun to furrow. And Adela gasped when she realized what she'd done. Horrified that she had somehow damaged it, perhaps permanently, she rushed back to her mirror and spent the morning, and although she managed to convince herself that she was still quite as perfect as ever, there was no question that she was not quite as happy as she had been. She begun to fret. The first worry lines appeared within a fortnight, the first wrinkles within a month, and before the year was out, creases abounded. She got married soon thereafter, the selfsame man who accused her of sublimity and gave him merry hell for many years. Buttercup, at 15, of course knew none of this. And if she had, she would have found it totally unfathomable. How could someone care if she were the most beautiful woman in the world or not? What difference could it have made if you were the only third most beautiful or the sixth? Buttercup at this time was nowhere near that high, being barely in the top 20, and that primarily on potential, certainly not any particular care that she took of herself. She hated to wash her face, she loathed the area behind her ears, she was sick of combing her hair, and she did as little as possible. What she liked to do, preferred above all else really, was to ride her horse and taunt the farm boy. The horse's name was Horse. Buttercup was never long on imagination. And it came when she called it, went where she steered it, did as she told it. The farm boy did what she told him too. Actually, he was more a young man now, but he had been a farm boy when orphaned, and he'd come to work for her father. And Buttercup referred to him that way still. Farm boy, fetch me this. Farm boy, get me that. Farm boy, quickly, lazy thing, trot now, or I'll tell father. As you wish. That was all he ever said. As you wish. Fetch this, fetch that, farm boy. As you wish. Dry this, farm boy. As you wish. He lived in a hovel out near the animals, and according to Buttercup's mother, he kept it clean. He even read when he had candles. I'll leave the lad an acre in my will, Buttercup's father was fond of saying. They did have acres then. You'll spoil him, Buttercup's mother always answered. He's slaved for many years. Hard work should be rewarded. Then, rather than continue the argument, they had arguments then, too, they would both turn on their daughter. You didn't bathe, her father said. I did, from Buttercup. Not with water, her father continued. You reek like stallion. I've been riding all day, Buttercup exclaimed. You must bathe, Buttercup, her mother joined in. The boys don't like their girls to smell of stable. Oh, the boys! Buttercup fairly exploded. I do not care about the boys. Horse loves me, and that's quite sufficient. Thank you. She said that speech loud, and she said it often. But like it or not, things were beginning to happen. Shortly before her 16th birthday, Buttercup realized that it had been more than a month since any girl in the village had spoken to her. She'd never much been close to girls, so the change was nothing sharp. But at least before there were head nods exchanged when she rode through the village or along the cart tracks. But now, for no reason, there was nothing. A quick glance away as she approached, that was all. Buttercup cornered Cornelia one morning at the blacksmith's and asked about the silence. I should think after what you've done, you'd have the courtesy not to pretend to ask, came from Cornelia. And what have I done? What? What? You've stolen them! And with that Cornelia fled. But Buttercup did understand. She knew who them was. The boys. The village boys. The beef-witted, feather-brained, rattle-skulled, clodipated, dim-domed, noodle-noggined, sap-headed, lunk-knobbed boys. How could anybody accuse her of stealing them? Why would anybody want them anyway? What good were they? All they did was pester and vex and annoy. Can I brush your horse, Buttercup? Thank you, but the farm boy does that. Can I go riding with you, Buttercup? Thank you, but I really do enjoy myself alone. You think you're too good for anybody, don't you, Buttercup? No, no, I don't. I just like riding by myself, that's all. But throughout her 16th year, even this kind of talk gave way to stammering and flushing, and at the very best, questions about the weather. Do you think it's going to rain, Buttercup? I don't think so. The sky is blue. Well, it might rain. Yes, I suppose it might. You think you're too good for anybody, don't you, Buttercup? No, I just don't think it's going to rain at all. At night, more often than not, they would congregate in the dark beyond her window and laugh about her. She ignored them. Usually, the laughter would give way to insult. She paid them no mind. If they grew too damaging, the farm boy handled things, emerging silently from his hovel, thrashing a few of them, sending them flying. She never failed to thank him when he did this. As you wish was all he ever answered. When she was almost 17, a man in a carriage came to town and watched as she rode for provisions. He was still there on her return, peering out. She paid him no mind, and indeed, by himself, he was not important. But he marked a turning point. Other men had gone out of their way to catch sight of her. Other men had even ridden 20 miles for this privilege, as this man had. The importance here is that this was the first rich man who had ever bothered to do so. The first noble. And it was this man, whose name is lost to antiquity, who mentioned Buttercup to the Count. The land of Florin was set between where Sweden and Germany would eventually settle. This was before Europe. In theory, it was ruled by King Lothron and his second wife, the Queen. But in fact, the king was barely hanging on, could only rarely tell day from night, and basically spent his time in muttering. He was very old, every organ in his body had long since betrayed him, and most of his important decisions regarding Florin had a certain arbitrary quality that bothered many of the leading citizens. Prince Humperdinck actually ran things. If there had been a Europe, he would have been the most powerful man in it. Even as it was, nobody within 1,000 miles wanted to mess with him. The Count was Prince Humperdinck's only confidant. His last name was Rugen, but no one needed to use it. He was the only count in the country, the title having been bestowed by the prince as a birthday present some years before, the happening taking place naturally at one of the Countess's parties. The Countess was considerably younger than her husband. All of her clothes came from Paris. This was after Paris. And she had superb taste. This was after taste, too, but only just. And since it was such a new thing, and since the Countess was the only lady in all of Florin to possess it, was there any wonder she was the leading hostess of the land? Eventually, her passion for fabric and face paint caused her to settle permanently in Paris, where she ran the only salon of international consequence. For now, she busied herself with simply sleeping on silk, eating on gold, and being the single most feared and admired woman in Florinese history. If she had figure faults, her clothes concealed them. If her face was less than divine, it was hard to tell once she got done applying substances. This was before glamour, But if it hadn't been for ladies like the Countess, there would have never been a need for its invention. In sum, the Rugans were couple of the week in Florin and had been for many years. And at this point, there is an aside from William Goldman, which I find hysterical because William Goldman is the one who wrote this entire book. He's made up Florin and S. Morgenstern and all of that. So he wrote a book as though he abridged the bigger book. And so here is an abridged comment here in the middle, which I find fascinating. It's written in italics. I will make a point of noting every time that I come up on a section where he's done the abridging. But here's Goldman's comment here. This is me. All abridging remarks and other comments will be in this fancy italic type, so you'll know. When I said at the start I'd never read this book, that's true. My father read it to me, and I just quick skimmed along, crossing out whole sections when I did the abridging, leaving everything just as it was in the original Morgenstern. This chapter is totally intact. My intrusion here is because of the way Morgenstern uses parentheses. The copy editor at Harcourt kept filling the margins of the galley proof with questions. How can it be before Europe but after Paris? And how is it possible this happens before glamour, when glamour is an ancient concept? See glamour in the Oxford English Dictionary. And eventually, I'm going crazy. What am I to make of these parentheses? When does this book take place? I don't understand anything. Help! Denise, the copy editor, has done all my books since Boys and Girls Together, and she has never been as emotional in the margins with me before. I couldn't help her. Either Morgenstern meant them seriously or he didn't, or maybe he meant some of them seriously and some others he didn't, but he never said which were the seriously ones, or maybe it was just the author's way of telling the reader stylistically, this isn't real, it never happened. That's what I think. In spite of the fact that if you read back into Florinese history, it did happen. The facts, anyway. No one can say about the actual motivations. All I can suggest to you is, if the parentheses bug you, don't read them. Oh, hi, Mike. How are you? It's lovely to see you. This is my second time ever streaming, and I'm reading The Princess Bride right now. My sound is not great, but you can hear me. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate it. All right. We're back out of his aside, and we're back onto the story here. Quick, quick, come! Buttercup's father stood in his farmhouse, staring out the window. Why? This was from the mother. She gave away nothing when it came to obedience. The father made a quick pointing finger. Look! You know how. Buttercup's parents did not exactly have what you might call a happy marriage. All they ever dreamed of was leaving each other. Buttercup's father shrugged and went back to the window. Ah, he said after a while, and then a little later, ah. Buttercup's mother glanced up briefly from her cooking. Such riches, Buttercup's father said. Glorious. Buttercup's mother hesitated, then put her stew down. Her stew spoon down. I can talk. This was after stew, but so is everything. When the first man clambered from the slime and made his first home on land, what he had for supper that first night was stew. The heart swells at the magnificent, Buttercup's father muttered very loudly. What exactly is it, Dumpling? Buttercup's mother wanted to know. You look, you know how, was all he replied. This was their 33rd spat of the day. This was long after spats, and he was behind, 13-20. But he had made up a lot of distance since lunch, when it was 17-2 against him. Donkey, the mother said, and came over the window. A moment later, she was going, ah, right along with him. They stood there, the two of them, tiny and awed. From setting the dinner table, Buttercup watched them. They must be going to meet Prince Humperdinck someplace, Buttercup's mother said. The father nodded. Hunting. That's what the prince does. How lucky we are to have seen them pass by, Buttercup's mother said, and she took her husband's hand. The old man nodded. Now I can die. She glanced at him. Don't. Her tone was surprisingly tender, and probably sensed how important he really was to her, because when he did die, 2 years further on, she went right after, and most of the people who knew her well agreed it was a sudden lack of opposition that undid her. Buttercup came close and stood behind them. staring over them, and soon she was gasping too, because the Count and Countess and all their pages and soldiers and servants and courtiers and champions and carriages were passing by the cart track at the front of the farm. The three stood in silence as the procession moved forward. Buttercup's father was a tiny mutt of a man who'd always dreamed of living like the Count. He had once been 2 miles from where the Count and Prince had been hunting, and until that moment it had been the high point of his life. He was a terrible farmer, and not much of a husband either. There wasn't really much in this world he excelled at, and he could never quite figure out how he happened to sire his daughter, but he knew deep down that it must have been some kind of wonderful mistake, the nature of which he had no intention of investigating. Buttercup's mother was a gnarled shrimp of a woman, thorny and worrying, who had always dreamed of somehow, just once, being popular, like the Countess was said to be. She was a terrible cook and an even more limited housekeeper. How Buttercup slid from her womb was, of course, beyond her, but she had been there when it happened, and that was enough for her. Buttercup herself was standing a half a head over her parents, still holding the dinner dishes, still smelling of horse. Only wished that the great procession wasn't quite so far away, so she could see if the Countess's clothes were really all that lovely. As if in answer to her request, the procession turned and began entering the farm. Here, Buttercup's father managed. My God, why? Buttercup's mother whirled on him. Did you forget to pay your taxes? This was after taxes, but everything is after taxes. Taxes were here even before stew, which I think is a hilarious aside for Morgenstern, we're putting in quotes, to have made, considering that stew was the first thing that the man who climbed out of the ooze ate, which means the man climbed out of the ooze, created taxes, and then ate stew, which I find thoroughly entertaining. Even if I did, they wouldn't need all that to collect them. And he gestured towards the front of the farm, where now the Count and Countess and all their pages and soldiers and servants and courtiers and champions and carriages were coming closer and closer. What could they want to ask me about? He said. Go see, Buttercup's mother told him. You go, please, he said. No, you, please, the wife said. We'll both go. They both went, trembling. Cows, the Count said when they reached his golden carriage. I would like to talk about your cows. He spoke from inside, his dark face darkened by shadow. My cows? Buttercup's father said. You see, I'm thinking of starting a little dairy of my own, and since your cows are known throughout the land as being Florence's finest, I thought I might pry your secrets from you. My cows, Buttercup's father managed to repeat, hoping he was not going mad. Because the truth of it was, and he knew it well, he had terrible cows. For years, nothing but complaints from people in the village. If anyone else had milk to sell, he would have been out of business in a minute. Now, granted, things have improved since the farm boy had come to slave for him. No question. The farm boy had certain skills, and the complaints were quite non-existent now. But that didn't make his the finest cows in Florin. Still, you didn't argue with the Count. Buttercup's father turned to his wife. What would you say my secret is, my dear? He asked. Oh, there are so many, she said. She was no dummy, not when it came to quality of their livestock. You two are childless, are you? The Count asked them. No, sir, the mother answered. Then let me see her, the Count went on. Perhaps she will be quicker with her answers than her parents. Buttercup, the father called, turning. Come out, please. How did you know we had a daughter? Buttercup's mother wondered. A guess. I assumed it had to be one or the other. Some days I'm luckier than... He simply stopped talking then, because Buttercup had moved into view, hurrying from the house to her parents. The Count left the carriage. Gracefully moved to the ground and stood very still. He was a big man with black hair and black eyes and great shoulders and a black cape and gloves. "Curtsy, dear," Buttercup's mother whispered. Buttercup did her best. And the Count could not stop looking at her. Understand now, she was barely rated in the top 20. Her hair was uncombed, unclean. Her age was just 17, so there was still, in occasional places, the remains of baby fat. Nothing had been done to the child. Nothing was really there but potential. But the Count still could not rip his eyes away. "The Count would like to know the secrets behind our cow's greatness. Is that not correct, sir?" Buttercup's father said. The Count only nodded, staring. Even Buttercup's mother noticed tension in the air. "Ask the farm boy. He tends them," Buttercup said. "And is that the farm boy?" came in a new voice from inside the carriage. Then the Countess's face was framed in the carriage doorway. Her lips were painted a perfect red, her green eyes lined in black. All the colors of the world were muted in her gown. Buttercup wanted to shield her eyes from the brilliance. Buttercup's father glanced back towards the lone figure peering around the corner of the house. "It is. Bring him to me." "He is not dressed properly for such an occasion," Buttercup's mother said. "I have seen bare chests before," the Countess replied. Then she called out, "You!" and pointed at the farm boy. "Come here." Her finger snapped on "here." The farm boy did as he was told. When he was close, the Countess left the carriage. When he was a few paces behind Buttercup, he stopped, head properly bowed. He was ashamed of his attire. Worn boots and torn blue jeans. Blue jeans were invented considerably before most people suppose. And his hands were tight together in almost a gesture of supplication. "Have you a name, farm boy?" "Wesley, Countess." "Well, Wesley, perhaps you can help us with our problem." She crossed to him. The fabric of her gown grazed his skin. "We are all of us here passionately interested in the subject of cows. We are practically reaching the point of frenzy, such is our curiosity. Why do you suppose, Wesley, that the cows of this particular farm are the finest in all of Florin? What do you do to them?" "I just feed them, Countess." "Well then, there it is, mystery solved. The secret. We can all rest. Clearly the magic is in Wesley's feeding. Show me how you do it, would you, Wesley?" "Feed the cows for you, Countess." "Bright lad." "When?" "Now will be soon enough." And she held out her arm. "Lead me, Wesley." Wesley had no choice but to take her arm. Gently. "It's behind the house, madam. It's terribly muddy back there. Your gown will be ruined." "I only wear them once, Wesley, and I burn to see you in action." So off they went to the cowshed. Throughout all of this, the Count kept watching Buttercup. "I'll help you," Buttercup called after Wesley. "Perhaps I'd best just see how he does it," the Count decided. "Strange things are happening," Buttercup's parents said, and off they went too, bringing up the rear of the cow-feeding trip, watching the Count, who was watching their daughter, who was watching the Countess, who was watching Wesley. "I couldn't see what he did that was so special," Buttercup's father said. "He just fed 'em." This was after dinner now, and the family was alone again. "They must like him personally. I had a cat once that only bloomed when I fed him. Maybe it's the same kind of thing." Buttercup's mother scraped the stew leavings into a bowl. "Here," she said to her daughter. "Wesley's waiting by the back door. Take him his dinner." Buttercup carried the bowl, opened the back door. "Take it," she said. He nodded, accepted, started off to his tree stump to eat. "I didn't excuse you, farm boy," Buttercup began. He stopped and turned back to her. "I don't like what you're doing with Horse. What you're not doing with Horse is more to the point. I want him cleaned. Tonight. I want his hooves varnished. Tonight. I want his tail plaited and his ears massaged. This every evening. I want his table spotless. And I want now and I want him glistening, and if it takes you all night, it takes you all night. As you wish. She slammed the door and let him eat in darkness. I thought Horace had been looking very well, actually, her father said. Buttercup said nothing. You yourself said so yesterday, her mother reminded her. I must be overtired, Buttercup managed, the excitement and all. Rest then, her mother cautioned. Terrible things can happen when you're overtired. I was overtired the night your father proposed. 34 and to 22 and pulling away. Buttercup went to her room. She lay in her bed. She closed her eyes. And the Countess was staring at Wesley. Buttercup got up from her bed. She took off her clothes. She washed a little. She got into her nightgown. She slipped between the sheets, snuggled down, and closed her eyes. The Countess was still staring at Wesley. Buttercup threw back the sheets, opened her door. She went to the sink by the stove and poured herself a cup of water. She drank it down. She poured another cup and rolled its coolness across her forehead. The feverish feeling was still there. How feverish? She felt fine. She was 17 and not even a cavity. She dumped the water firmly into the sink, turned and marched back into her bedroom, shut the door tight, and went back to bed. She closed her eyes. The Countess would not stop staring at Wesley. Why? Why in the world would the woman all the history of Florin, who was always perfect, be interested in the farm boy? Buttercup rolled around in bed, and there was simply no other way of explaining the look. She was interested. Buttercup shut her eyes tight and studied the memory of the Countess. Clearly something about the farm boy interested her. Facts were facts, but what? The farm boy had eyes like the sea before a storm. But who cared about eyes? And he had pale blonde hair, if you liked that sort of thing. And he was broad enough in the shoulders, but not all that much broader than the Count. And certainly he was muscular. But anybody who would be muscular who slaved all day. And his skin was perfect and tan. But that came again from slaving. In the sun all day, who wouldn't be tan? And he wasn't that much taller than the Count either, although his stomach was flatter, but that was because the farm boy was younger. Buttercup sat up in bed. It must be due to his teeth. The farm boy did have good teeth. Give credit where credit's due. White and perfect, particularly set against the suntan face. Could it have been anything else? Buttercup concentrated. The girls in the village followed the farm boy around a lot whenever he was making deliveries. But they were idiots. They followed anything, and he always ignored them, because if he'd ever opened his mouth, they would have all realized that was all he had, just good teeth. He was, after all, exceptionally stupid. It was really very strange that a woman as beautiful and slender and willowy and graceful, a creature as perfectly packaged, as supremely dressed as the Countess, should be hung up on teeth that way. Buttercup shrugged. People were surprisingly complicated. But now she had it all deduced, clear. She closed her eyes and snuggled down and got all nice and comfortable. And people don't look at other people the way the Countess looked at the farm boy because of their teeth. Oh, Buttercup gasped. Oh dear. Now the farm boy was staring back at the Countess. He was feeding the cows and his muscles were rippling the way they always did under his tan skin. And Buttercup was standing there watching as the farm boy looked for the first time deep into the Countess's eyes. Buttercup jumped out of bed and began to pace her room. How could he? Oh, it was all right if he looked at her, but he wasn't looking at her. He was looking at her. She's so old, Buttercup muttered, starting to storm a bit now. The Countess would never see 30 again, and that was fact. And her dress looked ridiculous out in the cowshed, and that was a fact too. Buttercup fell into her bed and clutched her pillow across her chest. The dress was ridiculous before it even got to the cowshed. The Countess looked rotten the minute she left the carriage, with her too big painted mouth and her piggy painted eyes and her powdered skin. And, and, flailing and thrashing, Buttercup wept and tossed and paced and wept some more. And there have been 3 great cases of jealousy since David of Galilee was first afflicted with the emotion Then he could no longer stand the fact that his neighbor Saul's cactus outshone his own. Originally, jealousy pertained solely to plants, other people's cactus or ginkgos, or later when there was grass, which is why even to this day we say someone's green with jealousy. Buttercup's case rated a close fourth on the all-time list. It was a very long and very green night. She was outside his hovel before dawn. Inside, she could hear him already awake. She knocked. He appeared, stood in the doorway. Behind him, she could see a tiny candle, open books. He waited. She looked at him. Then she looked away. He was too beautiful. I love you, Buttercup said. I know this may come as something of a surprise, since all I've ever done is scorn you and degrade you and taunt you, but I have loved you for several hours now, and every second more. I thought an hour ago that I loved you more than any woman has ever loved a man, but a half an hour after that I knew that what I felt before was nothing compared to what I felt then. But 10 minutes after that I noticed that my previous love was a puddle compared to the high seas before a storm. Your eyes are like that, did you know? Well, they are. How many minutes ago was I? 20? Had I brought up my feelings to then? It doesn't matter. Buttercup still couldn't look at him. The sun was rising behind her now. She could feel the heat on her back, and it gave her courage. I love you so much more now than 20 minutes ago. There cannot be comparison. I love you so much more now than when you opened your hovel door. There cannot be comparison. There's no room in my body for anything but you. My arms love you. My ears adore you. My knees shake with blind affection. My mind begs you to ask it something so that it can obey. Do you want me to follow you for the rest of your days? I will do that. Do you want me to crawl? I will crawl. I will be quiet for you or sing for you. Or if you are hungry, let me bring you food, or if you have thirst and nothing will quench it but Arabian wine, I will go to Arabia, even though it is across the world, and bring back a bottle for your lunch. Anything that there is I can do for you, I will do for you. Anything there is that I cannot do, I will learn to do. I know I cannot compete with the Countess in skills, or wisdom, or appeal, and I saw the way she looked at you, and I saw the way you looked at her. But remember, please, that she is old, and has other interests, while I am 17, and for me there's only you. Dearest Wesley, I've never called you that before, have I? Wesley, 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 Wesley. Darling Wesley, adored Wesley, sweet, perfect Wesley, whisper that I have a chance to win your love. And with that, she dared the bravest thing she'd ever done. She looked right into his eyes. He closed the door in her face. Without a word. Without a word. Buttercup ran. She whirled and burst away, and the tears came bitterly. She could not see. She stumbled. She slammed into a tree trunk, fell, rose, ran on. Her shoulder throbbed from where the tree trunk hit her, and the pain was strong, but not enough to ease her shattered heart. Back to her room she fled, back to her pillows, safe behind the locked door. She drenched the world with tears. Not even one word. He hadn't even the decency for that. Sorry, he could have said. Would it have ruined him to say sorry? Too late, he could have said. Why couldn't he have at least said something? Buttercup thought very hard about that for a moment, and suddenly she had the answer. He didn't talk because the minute he opened his mouth, that was it. Surely he was handsome. But dumb? The minute he had exercised his tongue, it would have been all been over. Duh. That's what he would have said. That's the kind of thing Wesley came out with when he was feeling really sharp. Duh, thanks, Buttercup. Buttercup dried her tears and began to smile. She took a deep breath, heaved a sigh. It was all part of growing up. You got these quick passions. You blinked and they were gone. You forgave faults, found perfection, fell madly. Then the next day the sun came up and it was over. Chalk it up to experience, old girl, and get on with the morning. Buttercup stood, made her bed, changed her clothes, combed her hair, smiled, and burst out in a fit of weeping. Because there was a limit to just how much you could lie to yourself. Wesley wasn't stupid. Oh, she could pretend he was. She could laugh about his difficulties with the language. She could chide herself for her silly infatuation with the dullard. The truth was simply this. He had a head on his shoulders, with a brain inside every bit as good as his teeth. There was a reason he hadn't spoken. It had nothing to do with his gray cells not working. He hadn't spoken because really there was nothing for him to say. He didn't love her back, and that was that. The tears that kept Buttercup company the remainder of the day were not all at all like those that had blinded her into the tree trunk. Those were noisy and hot. They pulsed. These were silent and steady, and all they did was remind her that she wasn't good enough. She was 17, and every male she'd ever known had crumbled at her feet, and it meant nothing. One time it mattered. She wasn't good enough. All she really knew was riding, and how was that to interest a man when the man had been looked at by the Countess? It was dusk when she heard footsteps outside her door. Then a knock. Buttercup dried her eyes. Another knock. Whoever is that? Buttercup yawned finally. Wesley. Buttercup lounged across the bed. Wesley? She said. Do I know any Oh, farm boy. It's you. How droll. She went to her door, unlocked it, and said in her fanciest tone, I'm ever so glad you stopped by. I've been feeling just ever so slummy about the little joke I played on you this morning. Of course, you knew I wasn't for a moment serious, or at least I thought you knew. But then you just started closing the door, and I thought for wondery, instead perhaps I'd done my little jest a little bit too convincingly, and poor dear thing, you might have even thought I meant it when I said, of course we both know the total impossibility of that ever happening. I've come to say goodbye, he said. Buttercup's heart bucked, but she still held the fancy. You're going to sleep, you mean? You've come to say good night? How thoughtful of you, farm boy, showing me you forgive me for my morning's tease. I certainly appreciate your thoughtfulness, and... He cut her off. I'm leaving. Leaving? The floor began to ripple. She held to the doorframe. Now? Yes. Because of what I said this morning? Yes. I frightened you away, didn't I? I could kill my tongue. She shook her head and shook her head. Well, it's done. You've made your decision. Just remember this. I won't take you back when she's done with you. I don't care if you beg. He just looked at her. Buttercup hurried on. Just because you're beautiful and perfect, it's made you conceited. You think people can't get tired of you? Well, you're wrong. They can, and she will. Besides, you're too poor. I'm going to America to seek my fortune. This was just after America, but long after fortunes. A ship sails from London. There's a great opportunity in America. I'm going to take advantage of it. I've been training myself. In my hovel, I've taught myself not to need sleep. A few hours only. I'll take a 10-hour day job, and then I'll take another 10-hour day job, and I'll save every penny from both, except what I need to eat to keep strong. And when I have enough, I'll buy a farm and build a house and make a bed big enough for two. You're just crazy if you think she's going to be happy in some rundown farmhouse in America, not with what she spends on clothes. Stop talking about the Countess, and as a special favor, before you drive me mad. Buttercup looks at him. Don't you understand what's going on? Buttercup shook her head. Wesley shook his, too. You never have been the brightest, I guess. Do you love me, Wesley? Is that it? He couldn't believe it. Do I love you? My God, if your love were a grain of sand, mine would be a universe of beaches. If your love were... I don't understand the first one yet, Buttercup interrupted. She was starting to get very excited now. Let me get this straight. Are you saying my love is the size of a grain of sand and yours is this other thing? Images confuse me so. Is this universal business of yours bigger than my sand? Help me, Wesley. I have the feeling we're on the verge of something just terribly important. I have stayed these years in my hovel because of you. I have taught myself languages because of you. I have made my body strong because I thought you might be pleased by a strong body. I have lived my life with only the prayer that some sudden dawn you might glance in my direction. I have not known a moment in years when the sight of you did not send my heart careening against my rib cage. I have not known a night when your visage did not accompany me to sleep. There has not been a morning when you did not flutter behind my waking eyelids. Is any of this getting through to you, Buttercup, or do you want me to go on for a while? Never stop. There has not been... If you're teasing me, Wesley, I'm just going to kill you. How could you even dream that I might be teasing? Well, you haven't once said you loved me. That's all you need? Easy. I love you, okay? Want it louder? I love you. Spell it out, should I? Iloveyyou. Want it backwards? You love I. You're teasing now, aren't you? A little, maybe. I've been saying it so long you just wouldn't listen. Every time you said, "Farm boy, do this," you thought I was answering as you wish, but that's only because you were hearing wrong. I love you was what it was, but you never heard, and you never heard. I hear you now, and I promise you this, I will never love anyone else, only Wesley, until I die. He nodded, took a step away. I'll send for you soon, believe me. Would my Wesley ever lie? He took another step. It's late, I must go. I hate it, but I must. The ship sails soon, and London is far. I understand. He reached out with his right hand. Buttercup found it very hard to breathe. Goodbye. She managed to raise her right hand to his. They shook. Goodbye, he said again. She made a little nod. He took a third step, not turning. She watched him. He turned. And the words ripped out of her. Without one kiss? They fell into each other's arms. There have been 5 great kisses since 1642 BC, when Saul and Delilah Corn's inadvertent discovery swept across Western civilization. Before then, couples hooked up thumbs. And the precise rating of kisses is a terribly difficult thing, often leading to great controversy. Because although everyone agrees with the formula of affection times purity times intensity times duration, no one has ever been completely satisfied with how much weight each element should receive. But on any system, there are 5 that everyone agrees with deserve full marks. Well, this one left them all behind. The first morning after Wesley's departure, Buttercup thought she was entitled to do nothing more than sit around moping and feeling sorry for herself. After all, the love of her life had fled, life had no meaning, how could you face the future, etc., etc. But after about 2 seconds of that, she realized that Wesley was out in the world now, getting nearer and nearer to London. And what if a beautiful city girl caught his fancy while she was just back here moldering? Or worse, what if he got to America and worked his jobs and built his farm and made their bed and sent for her, and when she got there he would look at her and say, I'm sending you back. The moping has destroyed your eyes. The self-pity has taken your skin. You're a slobby-looking creature. I'm marrying an Indian girl who lives in a teepee nearby and is always in the peak of condition. Buttercup ran to her bedroom mirror. Oh, Wesley, I must never disappoint you. And she hurried downstairs to where her parents were squabbling. 16-13, and not past breakfast yet. That, by the way, is their score. They're squabbling, and the score is 16-13. I need your advice, she interrupted. What can I do to improve my personal appearance? Start by bathing, her father said. And do something with your hair while you're at it, her mother said. Unearth the territory behind your ears, her father said. Neglect not your knees, her mother said. That will do nicely for starters, Buttercup said. She shook her head. Gracious, but it is not easy being tidy. Undaunted, she set to work. Every morning she awoke, if possible, by dawn, and got the farm chores finished immediately. There was much to be done now with Wesley gone, and more than that, ever since the Count had visited, everyone in the area had increased his milk order, so there was no time for self-improvement until well into the afternoon. But then she really set to work. First, a good cold bath. And then, while her hair was drying, she would slave after fixing her figure faults. One of her elbows was just too bony. The opposite wrist not bony enough. And exercise what remained of her body baby fat. Little was left now, as she was nearly 18. And brush and brush and brush her hair. Her hair was the color of autumn, and had never been cut, so 1,000 strokes took time. But she didn't mind, because Wesley had never seen it clean like this, and wouldn't he be surprised when she stepped off the boat in America? Her skin was the color of wintry cream, and she scrubbed every inch well past glistening. And that wasn't much fun, really, but wouldn't Wesley be pleased with how clean she was as she stepped off the boat in America? And very quickly now her potential began to be realized. From 20th, she jumped within 2 weeks to 15th in attractiveness levels. For those of you who are just joining, she was, until she started grooming, the 20th most beautiful woman in the world. And as soon as she started grooming, she leapt from 20th to 15th. But 3 weeks after that, she was already in ninth place and moving. The competition was tremendous now. But the day after she was ninth, a 3-page letter arrived from Wesley in London, and just reading it over put her up to eighth. That was really what was doing it for her more than anything. Her love for Wesley would not stop growing, and people were dazzled when she delivered milk in the morning. Some people were only able to gape at her, but many talked, and those that did found her warmer and gentler than she had ever been before. Even the village girls would nod and smile now, and some would ask after Wesley, which was a mistake unless you happened to have a lot of spare time. Because when someone asked Buttercup how Wesley was, well, she told them. He was supreme as usual. He was spectacular. He was singularly fabulous. Oh, she could go on for hours. Sometimes it got a little tough for the listeners to maintain strict attention, but they did their best, since Buttercup loved him so completely. Okay, and it is time for a real quick get up and stretch and washroom break. I will be right back in a few minutes. Okay, mute light seems to be off on my mic. Now I go over here and I switch back to this scene. Yes. All right, I have returned. I'm hoping that all of you got up and stretched or took a bio break or cycled your laundry because I know for a fact that I have laundry rotting in my washing machine all the time, so the rest of us probably do too. Because, neurodivergent people in the internet tends to be a real problem. All right, so we are back to chapter 1. Titled The Bride in The Princess Bride. We're learning about how Buttercup finally became the most beautiful woman in the world. Hi, Purple! Welcome to my first real stream. I'm reading The Princess Bride. All right, here we are. So, the competition was. I'm going to start back a little bit where we were before so that, we know where we were and we didn't lose it. All right. Where was it? There we go. Her love for Wesley would not stop growing, and people were dazzled when she delivered milk in the morning. Some people were only able to gape at her, but many talked, and those that did found her warmer and gentler than she had ever been before. Even the village girls would nod and smile now, and some of them would ask after Wesley, which was a mistake unless you happened to have a lot of spare time. Because when someone asked Buttercup how Wesley was, well, she told them. He was supreme as usual, spectacular, singularly fabulous. Oh, she could go on for hours. Sometimes it got a little tough for the listeners to maintain strict attention, but they did their best, since Buttercup loved him so completely. Which is why Wesley's death hit her the way that it did. He had written to her just before he sailed for America. The Queen's Pride was his ship, and he loved her. That was the way his sentences always went. It is raining today, and I love you. My cold is better, and I love you. Say hello to horse, and I love you. Like that. Then there were no letters, but that is natural. He was at sea. Then she heard. She had came home from delivering the milk, and her parents were wooden. Off the Carolina coast, her father whispered. Her mother whispered, without warning. At night. What? From Buttercup. Pirates, said her father. Buttercup thought she'd better sit down. Quiet in the room. He's been taken prisoner, then? Buttercup imagined. Her mother made a no. It was Roberts, her father said. The dread pirate Roberts. Oh, Buttercup said. The one who never leaves survivors. Yes, her father said. Quiet in the room. Suddenly Buttercup was talking very fast. Was he stabbed? Did he drown? Did they cut his throat asleep? Did they wake him? Do you suppose? Perhaps they whipped him dead. She stood up then. I'm getting silly. Forgive me. She shook her head, as if the way they got him mattered. Excuse me, please. With that, she hurried to her room. She stayed there many days. At first her parents tried to lure her, but she would not have it. They took to leaving food outside her room, and she took bits and shreds, enough to stay alive. Where did I lose? Okay, there we go. There was never noise inside, no wailing, no bitter sounds. And when she at last came out, her eyes were dry. Her parents stared up from their silent breakfast at her. They both started to rise, but she put a hand out, stopped them. I can care for myself, please. And she set about getting some food. They watched her closely. In point of fact, she had never looked as well. She had entered her room as just an impossibly lovely girl. The woman who emerged was a trifle thinner, a great deal wiser, and an ocean sadder. This one understood the nature of pain, and beneath the glory of her features there was character, and a sure knowledge of suffering. She was 18. She was the most beautiful woman in 100 years, and she did not seem to care. You're all right? Her mother asked. Buttercup sipped her cocoa. Fine, she said. You're sure? Her father wondered. Yes, Buttercup replied. There was a very long pause. But I must never love again. She never did. And now we have chapter 2, The Groom. And we'll get into it in a minute. Um, Purple, I'm reading from the actual book, and I don't know if you've read the book. A lot of people have seen the movie. Um, William Goldman, when he wrote this book, oh, cool. It's really neat. I love the way he wrote the book, where he wrote it as though he was editing someone else's book, and then he put all his like opinions and thoughts and stuff in it. It reads like a small child is telling you a story and like, and then I cut out the part that did this thing. Good night, Chaos. Sweet dreams. Thanks for sticking around as long as you did. Chaos is my boyfriend, Purple. He works thirds. He's doing it in his sleep. My husband also works thirds, but he works 12s instead of 8s, so he's very unconscious. But Chaos tried to stick around long enough for me to, just have someone around in case someone did something weird. You know how people can get on the internet. All right, so chapter 2, The Groom. Now, this is an aside here, and I mentioned earlier, whenever I reach an aside in the book where William's actually putting his thoughts in rather than it being part of the story, well, it's a different part anyway, but here is his little aside. This is my first major excision. Chapter 1, The Bride, is almost in its entirety about the bride. Chapter 2, The Groom, only picks up Prince Humperdinck in the last few pages. This chapter is where my son Jason stopped reading. And there is simply no way of blaming him, for what Morgenstern has done is open this chapter with 66 pages of Florinese history. More accurate is the history of the Florinese crown. Dreary? Not to be believed. Why would a master of narrative stop his narrative dead before it has much chance to begin generating? No known answer. All I can guess is that for Morgenstern, the real narrative was not Buttercup and the remarkable things she endures, but rather the history of the monarchy and other stuff. When this version comes out, I expect every Florinese scholar alive to slaughter me. Columbia University has not only the leading Florinese experts in America, but also direct ties to the New York Times Book Review. I can't help that, and I only hope they understand my intentions here are in no way meant to be destructive of Morgenstern's version. Hey, Mike and Purple, you both stream. I get access to all of the things that you can do on stream after or if I ever become an affiliate, correct? I assume that that is the case. You can get to me. I'm sure you're lurking. You can get to me when you do or don't, whichever. Anyway, here we go. Prince Humperdinck was shaped like a barrel. His chest was a great barrel chest, his thighs mighty barrel thighs. He was not tall, but he weighed close to 250 pounds. Brick hard. He walked like a crab side to side, and probably if he had wanted to be a ballet dancer, he would have been doomed to a miserable life of endless frustration. But he didn't want to be a ballet dancer. He wasn't in that much of a hurry to be king, either. Even at war, sorry about that, at which he exceeded, took second place in his affections. Everything took second place in his affections. Hunting was his love. He made it a practice never to let a day go by without killing something. It didn't matter what. When he first grew dedicated, he killed only big things, elephants or pythons. But then as his skills increased, he began enjoying. No, not at all like the movie Humperdinck. They actually made him reasonably attractive in the movie. And the books, hold on, I'm going to show you. There's like a sketch right here on this page. Where is this? There. This one. Look, there's a sketch on this page. Look how they've drawn him. He's a thick boy. He's a thick boy. And I'm just like, oh wow. And they completely changed the whole thing around in the movies. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, the way his attitude is, him looking barrel chested actually kind of makes a little more sense. But also they made him hot and obnoxious rather than, you know, thick and obnoxious, but different type of obnoxious, same breed of human being. Um, Also, the concept he never let a day go by without killing something. The man's a sociopath. Here we go. He could act happily, but then as his skills increased, he began to enjoy the suffering of little beasts too. He could happily spend an afternoon tracking a flying squirrel across forests or a rainbow trout down rivers. Once he was determined, once he had focused on an object, the prince was relentless. He never tired, never wavered, neither ate nor slept. It was a death chess, and he was an international grand master. In the beginning, he traversed the world for opposition, but travel consumed time. Ships and horses being what they were, and time away from Florin was worrying. There always had to be a male heir to the throne, and as long as his father was alive, there was no problem. But someday his father would die, and then the prince would be the king, and he would have to select a queen to supply an heir for the day of his own death. The man is obsessive about working out. He does not make me want to work out. He concerns me. Also, this picture is definitely him like strangling a yeti to death, which I think is hilarious. Um, so, to avoid the problem of absence, Prince Humperdinck built the Zoo of Death. He designed it himself with Count Rugen's help, and he sent his hirelings across the world to stock it for him. It was kept brimming with things that he could hunt, and it really wasn't like any other animal sanctuary anywhere. In the first place, there were never any visitors, only the albino keeper to make sure the beasts were properly fed, and that there was never any sickness or weakness inside. The other thing about the zoo was that it was underground. The prince picked the spot himself in the quietest, remotest corner of the castle grounds, and he decreed there were to be 5 levels, all with the proper needs for his individual enemies. On the first level, he put enemies of speed, wild dogs, cheetahs, hummingbirds. On the second level belonged the enemies of strength, anacondas and rhinos and crocodiles of over 20 feet. Have fun with food. The third level was for poisoners, spitting cobras, jumping spiders, death bats galore. Chelsea, thanks for the follow. I know you're at work. Um, the fourth level was the kingdom of the most dangerous, the enemies of fear, the shrieking tarantula, the only spider that is capable of sound, the blood eagle, the only bird that's ever thrived on human flesh, plus, in its own black pool, the sucking squid. Even the albino shivered during feeding time on the fourth level. The fifth level was empty. I'm reading The Princess Bride. It's one of my favorite books and movies, and I am finishing up chapter 2 right about now. The prince constructed it in the hopes of someday finding something worthy, something as dangerous and fierce and powerful as he was. Unlikely. Still, he was an eternal optimist, so he kept the great cage of the fifth level always in readiness. And there was really more than enough that was lethal on the other 4 levels to keep a man happy. The prince would sometimes choose his prey by luck. He had a great wheel with a spinner on the outside. I love the fact that this man spun like a wheel of to decide what to hunt in his zoo of death. And outside the wheel was a picture of every animal in the zoo, and wherever it stopped, the I feel quick today, or I feel strong today, release a rhino. And whatever he requested, of course, was done. He was ringing down the curtains an orangutan when the business of the king's health made its ultimate intrusion. It was mid-afternoon and the prince was weakening, and again the monkey tried to bite, a sure sign of failure of strength in the arms. The prince warded off the attempted bites with ease, and the ape was heaving in the chest, desperate for air. The prince made a step sideways, and then darted forward, spun the great beast into his arms, and began applying pressure to the spine. This was all taking place in the ape pit, where the prince had his pleasure with many simians. From up above now, Rugen's voice interrupted. There's news. From the battle, the prince replied, "Cannot it wait?" "For how long?" asked the count. Crack! The orangutan fell like a rag doll. "What is all of this?" the prince replied, stepping past the dead beast, mounting the ladder out of the pit. "Your father has had his annual physical," the count said, "and I have the report." "And?" "Bye, Mike. Thanks. I plan on reading or doing something until 4 or so. Um, yeah, I just wanted to start here. I don't know if my computer can handle gaming all that well. We'll figure it out as we go. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And yeah, fantastic. So much so that when my husband and I renewed our vows on our 10th anniversary, we he dressed up like Wesley and I dressed up like Buttercup, and we did a vow renewal, and it was really awesome. We made hobby horses, and so we galloped away on 4 hobby horses after we renewed our vows. It was fun. "And your father is dying." "Drat," said the prince. "That means I shall have to get married." And thus ends chapter 2 of The Princess Bride. I will read chapter 3 probably tomorrow because my throat's getting a little scratchy from endless talking. And we're going to attempt to see if my computer is capable of streaming and playing video games for everyone that is here. Or who everyone that isn't. Whichever. Alright. Let's see. So, step 1. Let's go over here. Open the thingy. I've been making sure to do laundry on my breaks. I'm hoping that if you are listening in from home, when we do the get up and stretch stuff, that you also get up and stretch, because it's important to take care of yourself and all of that. That's the tab button. I know how it works. All right, let's see how this goes. This is an experience for all of us. Um, I was thinking about asking people who plan on spending time around the stream what particular game or book we want to read after The Princess Bride. I kind of picked my favorite to start because it's something I'm familiar with. I don't have to feel weird or uncomfortable or any of that. Um, so I'm hoping. Let's see. Let's see if this works. I have a game currently that exists in RimWorld, so let's see if RimWorld will run while the streaming is running as well. We'll find out. This is a teamwork experiment here, as it is my first real stream, and we're figuring it out together. Although I have to say, I've watched enough streams, and so many of you adjust things on the fly that I don't feel too bad or too guilty. All right. Click the little. Oop, did I do it right? Alt tab. Click the little gameplay button. Okay, we'll show this layer. There I am. I'm alive. That's great. Now I have to. Now you all can see me. Alt Shift O to hide. Okay. Does RimWorld show up while I do this? Let's see. Opening Twitch on my phone to check on my own stream. Do. I'm assuming that this is something that I can actually do. So we'll find out, right? Look, it's me. Okay, RimWorld does actually show up. So there's that. It's initializing. At some point I'll have to change my category if RimWorld ever finishes what it's doing. Oh, hey, it did. Go me. All right. I have no idea how much sound is streaming to you all. If someone is here and it's bad or terrible or whatever, could you let me know? That would be great. I'm going to actually list as a comment in case someone pops in. Hi. If you pop in and my sounds are off, please tell me. I've never streamed a game before and don't know what I'm doing. There. There it is. Now I have to figure out how to adjust. Oh, this is a thing. I bet there's got to be a better way to do this. Maybe have to Google it. How does someone change their thing? I want to tell people I play a different game. I don't know what that is. Chat goes there, that's fine. Webcam goes there, that's fine. Blurs can go there. This is game capture. Hello? Where is the... Okay, great. Okay. Maybe over here. Help? Maybe help is what I need. Help. Nope, that's not what I need. I'm going to have to Google this. I think I'm going to have to... Oh, there it is. Just chatting. Edit this. Change this to RimWorld. Just leave that alone. Change the... I know I have to have a category. Change the category to RimWorld. Click that. Yep, it's mature rated. Yep. Okay, click done. Stream info updated successfully. I have no idea if that's true. It seems to be. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. Alright, well, there's that. Alright, here we go. I currently have a game that already exists. I think I may have to adjust the game sounds so it's not deafening to all of you, but I have no idea if it's going to be deafening to all of you. It sounds loud in my ears. Let's just turn this down a little bit. There we go. Alright. Load game. We're just going to load the game we currently have running. At some point I will create a game specifically for Twitch, but this is currently the game that I'm just playing by myself. I hadn't decided if I was going to actually play games or not. So here we are. It is 2:30 on my first day streaming. I'm a little tiny person in the corner. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. That's normal. I like to watch other streamers. They also don't know what they're doing. So my imposter syndrome can just shh. And then we'll carry on. Here we go. All right, here we are. We have a lot of people. We've got a bunch of little babies that have been born. This is Sarai. And Sarai's social here is they are married to Vince. Apparently they are trying to have babies. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Let's just go to normal, please. We currently have 2 infants. Their social... Wait, come back. They have a son and a daughter. Tang here. And Sass here. So Sass and Tang are Sarai's children. And, you know, they obviously have, like, lots of friendship with other people. There's a fair number of people in this colony. This here is Tanner. Tanner is Sarai's dad. And they're thus Ruby and Bet or Brett there are his grandchildren, and Vince is his son-in-law. And then we'll go over here to Vance, and we'll just run this on one while I'm introducing you all to them. This here is his wife is Sarah Tang. His son is Brett. So we've bumped into the husband here. He has a bond with Damsel. Who's Damsel? A cat. All right. Now we have Jackalope. Jackalope is our profane governor. That would be our leader here. Their husband is Wooter. Wooter is over here. Wooter is a nonviolent and does a lot of things. Um, her son is Carter, who goes by Boy for whatever reason, and her daughter is Satsuki. And that's Satsuki there, and there's Boy there. So there's the 5 children that are in the colony. Um, Jackalope is currently pregnant. Health. She is in her second trimester. She has an old machine gun. They've seen some things. I started this game with all of them having little enhancers. I wasn't planning on streaming it, so I was just, making people for enjoyment, not for difficulty, if that makes sense. I have no idea what difficulty I'm running on because it's custom. Couldn't tell you. It's I'm afraid to die difficulty levels. Because it's RimWorld. Oh, my finger is broken. If I happen to gesture. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm not. I did switch to RimWorld. Hi, Purple. Yeah, I finished reading chapter 2, and I didn't want to get too involved in the next chapter because I didn't know how long it was going to last. So I popped over to RimWorld, and I'm currently just looking at all my little colonists, seeing what they can do, introducing everybody. This is my favorite game. I've got like 3,000 hours in it or something like that. Okay, what bug do we have now? Why are you dropping it, Bill? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm terrible at it, but I love it to pieces. So, epic stories and all that, because everyone dies. Let's see, this is Veli. Veli is got a dead brother and doesn't talk to anybody. This here is Ryan, and Ryan is new and has a lover somewhere else. Here is Silver. Do you want to be one of them? You could be this one. You could be any of them if you wanted to, Purple. I could change their names for you. Just run around in my colony, potentially dying. I promise nothing about life, by the way, because again, it's RimWorld. But let's see. This is Silver War. Let's see. Silver War is probably our animals person. Then we have Martin here. And social. Martin is friends with the faction leader. This is Paulo. Good. Then there's Tony and April. And April is married to Red Horse, and they're apparently trying to have children as well. We're going to not do that. Thanks. And then here's Red. They have one. Is their baby. And then Lucky is hostile. Is his father-in-law. Here's Buap. He's just got some friends. Hiroko has this person as their lover. I'm assuming they're from another colony. Yeah, they're not here. Yuki is got a bunch of friends. Yuki's the youngest non-child I think I have in the colony. And then this was our first kid, and he's staying in toddlers and pregnant people. I have a very specific zone that I'm obsessive with my zones, and I obsess about the ways to create them. So I have a group, a thing called toddlers and pregnant people. It gives them some spaces to be outside and interact with animals, but it pretty much keeps them inside more or less the colony. So once they reach third trimester and before their 13th birthday, they have to stay inside what I would call inside the colony, which is why the kids can't currently farm this. I have a mod that gives me clear roofs. So this is inside, but has a little roof. I'll show right here. See, it's a different color. It is constructed transparent roof. So it's just a clear roof so that they can have an indoor grow zone. I think greenhouses exist in the real world, so I see no reason for them to not exist now. So, boy child here, he was our first, and he stays in toddlers and pregnant people. I also create zones for. I like this one. This zone is called "Help These Idiots Over Here," and what I do is when we get one of those like crash landed, what's it? Who's it's when the shuttle people show up and they're like, "Hey, we've crashed. Please don't. We don't die. Could you kill all the people who are chasing us?" When those people show up, I'll take like most of my fighters and I'll create a little zone called help these idiots over here like this. And then I will designate everyone to that zone and then have them be undrafted so they can wander around and they can socialize and they can eat and they don't get too pissy and I don't have too many breaks while we're waiting, but they're right there when the fight comes in. So that's what this is for. Let's see. I probably should extend toddlers and pregnant people. I don't know why you're not allowed in there. You can be in here. That's fine. There's a wall, but not like all the way, so I don't want you all out there. Do I need to expand this anywhere else? Toddlers and pregnant people. Yeah, you all can. This is fine. I don't want you over here because I don't want you getting involved in the fight. You're allowed to be inside, including that square. This, while inside the colony, is technically dangerous because they can come from the south and come up this way and walk through the water and then have nowhere to go here and then and then they can come up here and just walk right into the base. So I try not to leave the toddlers and pregnant people out in this area because this is just open. This is where I've started my I've started building this. My kill box, that's what it is. I can speak. I started building a kill box. I haven't finished it yet. As you can tell, it's kind of a mess. It's meant to come around this way and then just keep doing. Why is this not mined? Out of my way. There we go. So that's what this is for, is my little kill box. I'll be putting like a couple traps and stuff in here. My little plasteel barricades. Again, I played this for personal purposes, so like I started with way too many resources. Because, I played, when you're playing by yourself, you're playing for fun, you just kind of do what you want, whatever makes you happy. So that's how my base is started. We're in a cold biome, so it's a permanent winter. Uh, so it's cold all the time, which is why we have this little indoor area. And in the winter, what I do is I make sure this door is closed and this door is closed. And then I turn on this heater and set it to 21. And then the heater keeps it warm enough inside here for the food to grow slowly. Trick if you're playing vanilla and don't have this particular mod is you can punch holes in the roof every so often, and you can have a certain number of holes in the roof, and the game will still count that as inside. And you can plant something directly underneath the hole in the roof, and you can keep it warm enough in there the plants will grow. You can plant something directly underneath, like this square right here, for instance. If you left that open on the roof, this wheat plant could grow even if it's, whatever. And then you'd need a couple heaters if you're going to do that. And you can keep it warm enough in there that the stuff will grow inside, even with holes in the roof. It works out really well, especially if you need a tree or something inside, because it's scary. The different colors are different roof types. This is the insect roof. This is the low mountain roof. This is just regular roofing. This is steel, i.e. no drop pods. You cannot into my base. I just don't. It's very time consuming and very expensive, so I haven't turned this area in. But I got tired of them drop podding on my food and my kitchen and my rec room and my hospital, and I was like, absolutely not. And so I built the big old steel roofs so that they can't do that anymore. Now they're more likely to drop in on my on poor Sarah and Vance here, or here, which my colonists don't really like, but it is so much better than it being the room where the babies sit. So much better than it being the room where the babies sit. All the bedrooms are also open like that. Obviously, this is the only one with the open roof. So regular roof, deep roof. We're currently strip mining. Why? I couldn't tell you. We have a lot of resources, so couldn't tell you why we're doing that. Alright. Mostly because I think I like strip mining. These are my meat hooks where I hang all my corpses, of which there are a few, because we live in the cold land. But I have a problem. I'm going to zoom out, and I can show you my problem. I have a problem. Here we are. I'll start by showing you. Look at all of these. Look at all of those chinchillas. And chinchillas, and chinchillas, and chinchillas. There's so many. And if we look at my animal tab, this is just wild. I have I have auto slaughter set because if I didn't, this would be absolutely insane. This would be absolute insanity. I currently have 8 adult male chinchillas and 1 adult female chinchilla because 7 of them are pregnant. But I have 15 boy young and 12 girl young. I do have it set to 20 young max because when I didn't, there was a small period of time where there was just herds of baby chinchillas. It was just outside of this world. And then I have sheeps. 2 boy sheeps and 2 girl sheeps. I don't care if the sheeps is pregnant. I don't care if the sheeps is bonded. No. If you're past the expiry date, you're past the expiry date. I have a couple thrumbos for the same purpose. They take a long time to breed, so none of them have reached their death potential or anything. I did sell 1 adult female thrumbo already because she was 100 years old, and I don't like it when you have expensive animals that get really old and tired, and then they're worth less money, and the animal's miserable, and I just don't want to watch that in a game, so I just don't. I have a couple horses, 1 adult boy and 2 adult girls. That's going to change soon. Apparently, this guy's going to grow up. But these 2 here, this is the new one. These 2 were pregnant when I last looked, so we must have had a boy horse. And we have our cats. And now you've met our colony. Cats. Oh, I forgot to show you this zone. I have a no cats zone, which is to say I don't want my cats in my freezer most of the time. I have the no cats zone set up so that they can access some of it right here, the meat portion, so that they don't starve to death, because I like them living, but I don't want them eating my meals or my flour or any of this stuff because it takes way too long to grow. Because I also challenged myself a little bit this run, and I set my grow speed down to 50% or something, and it's already slow because of the thing. So this stuff just takes absolutely forever. And there's our little tour. This is, where is this? Here. This is this one. And sometimes I will open this and just let them through so that they can all visit each other, because this is where my other animals live, right? So this is chinchilla land down here. There's just herds of chinchillas. The thrumbos are allowed to kind of do whatever the heck they want. But this So this is for the horses and stuff out here, and Chinchilla Land comes all the way up to here. So if and you can tell they already eat more nutrition than the game knows about, but I'm growing this, it just makes winter rough because there's too many chinchillas and the food's not growing. And. But this is Chinchilla Land. It's a cute little land. Uh, I'm hoping to get these pumps here so that I can pump this out and have more food space for my horses and stuff. Where did I put that? There it is. The horses at least have enough food. The chinchillas don't, which I think is hilarious. So what we're going to do is we're going to just boop, hold that open. And when somebody eventually goes through it, the animals will get an opportunity. We're just going to, you all can do whatever you want. Also, these are adorable. I love housekeeper cats and the kittens. 10 out of 10 experience. They are so cute. Look at this. If I could zoom in and look at all these baby animals, my day would be complete. Look at them. They're so cute. All right, these have to go. There's the foal. It's a baby horse. Look at the baby horse. It's so cute. Look at him. Okay. Okay, that's silver. I don't need that. At least not at this time. That's steel. I don't need that at this time. All right. All right. Oh, look. We ignored them for a while, and turns out, if you ignore them for a while, they do what they gotta do. Turns out giving you all a tour is actually good for my game. Smooth service. Okay. We will have to deal with the steel at some point. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that should be good. That's a good. It's at least a maze. Maybe some things to slow them down. Structure, fence. Here, have a piece of fence. Have one here. Just jump some fences, would you? There. That'll slow them down just a smidgen. They still are likely to come in over here. I haven't decided if I want to fully close this off because it's nice for the colonists to have a quick way through. Because I kind of blocked them a little bit here. I also have the fishing mod installed, so I have this fishing spot with a bunch of little piers for them to stand out in if they decide that's what they want to do. I have another fishing zone down here, and stockpile zone. At some point I had another fishing spot up there, but I don't think I do anymore. And this is our river. I'm considering smoothing this mountain so that it looks purposeful. I just kind of slapped this here. This is on bridges. I have bridges expanded or whatever. There. Now all the animals can wander around and do whatever they need to do. I also often, when it's officially winter, will, when it's officially winter, what I tend to do is leave these doors open so that the animals have an inside place that they can go to where it's warm. It's currently not warm because I have these turned off on their refilling, but they still help. My animals just run around. Look at the tiny thrombos. The baby sheeps as a comparison. That's Pin. So what we've done is we've set animals to be tamed, and then those animals are being immediately auto-slaughtered. And then once they're auto-slaughtered, they're being pretty exclusively butchered. I have it set to butcher up to 5,000 pieces of meat. So as they go along things, there's just always meat floating around. That between that and the sheer quantity of chinchillas I have, we often are not very hungry. It's just lots of chinchillas. And I would have made this larger, but like this marsh doesn't grow anything. And I just thought it was like a really cool like barricade line for the animals. And then I just dug a rectangle for their little house. And this exists because, Steam Geyser will eventually have a thing on it. And that's what we've got going there. It is almost 3. Here in about 7 minutes, we will be taking a real quick break. I would like everyone to get up and use the washroom and consider cycling your laundry or whatever you need to get done. Let's get those things done real quick so we can all be responsible for each other, making sure that we take care of our lives in addition to spending time on the internet, because while I adore spending time on the internet, there's a certain amount of, we also need to be humans to each other and take care of each other. And I feel it's, at least for me, my personal responsibility to make sure that when I am streaming, I take breaks so that I don't get, blood clots or any weird things that can happen when you do stuff. It'll be about a 7-minute break. I'm going to cycle my laundry because I have laundry in the washer and it needs desperately to go to the dryer. Well, it doesn't desperately need to. My last break I started the washer, so it just needs to be dealt with. Because I let my laundry go this week. It's a secret. Shh. It's not actually a secret, you can tell. There's just the laundry cart is very full. So I got to make sure I get through at least one whole basket of laundry today. Which turns into 2 loads each. Each basket's about 2 loads of laundry. And because my husband works a lot of hours and sweats a lot of sweat, I often have to wash the clothes multiple times. It just is what it is. Just making sure I'm taking care of my life and I don't want you. Shrink. You. Go away. There we go. What is going on with the water there? Why is the water weird? RimWorld, your art is confusing to me. I just want you to know, like, that water looks a little weird too. Look at him. It must be because it's not getting proper flow. Never actually taken the time and inspected the rivers before. So when I picked this tile, I wasn't really paying attention. I was half tired. And I looked at it and I went, oh, this is fine. And because it's on a road, so it'll be really easy for me to take the road to go visit other places or sell stuff or whatever. It's not a road, it's a river. So I have these little rocks here for cover purposes. It's not the worst idea in the world. Just hauling the rocks out of the animal pens. Ugh. Alright, we'll just harvest the garland seed. I don't plan on planting it, but 7 days for a trading fair. You. You? Yes. There we go. So we have all these little things here. I'm going to have them hop the fences. It should theoretically slow the bad guys down. Maybe I'll drop a couple of traps. Just like bink, bink. Let's see. Security. A little wooden spike trap. And a colonist could come. Put one there. We'll put one there. It's not much, just a little bit. So this is our destruction land. I always put these things here because the water helps them deteriorate faster. And I prefer that. Oh, I don't know if you all can hear that, but like 6 vertebrae and both my shoulders and my collarbone moved around and made little popping noises. Hooray for EDS, right? Is it time for... No. Okay. How about this? Okay, I do not have any festivals that need to happen at this time. I always forget. My bottle of water. Because as Mike reminded me, hydrate or dehydrate. This is probably not like the best place for the table now that I think about it. I think I'm going to slide everything over a bit. We'll just move that over. Maybe there. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to just back this chair up to there. And move this chair to here. And move... Okay. It's a poor billiards table. Maybe we need to build a new one. Alright, we're going to put one out here. Let's see if we can't get a decent one. And it is the middle of the night, so my colonists are knocked out. Oh, I've gotten very quiet. Dead air. I also spaced out. You're welcome for that. I am not used to having a camera on me. Even when I do Discord calls, I tend to not have the camera on. So, this is a new experience for me. I may choose to have the camera off. I have made it very tiny, at least, so I am less observable. Not as big of a fan of my finger hurting like this. Just kind of watching the pawns. Why I have these rooms not as nice, I could not tell you. How old are you, boy? He's 10. Oh, I do have children and babies, like, way aged up. We'll do a 3 for the middle of the night. Because they was all sleeping. Alright. Mining. We're mining out this extra bedroom here. There we go. Probably going to put the bed backwards in this room so that there's room for people to approach the bed from both sides. I don't know. I hate it when there's no way for them to like get into the bed. Like when it's up against the wall. I know they can, I wish they wouldn't. Oh. Drifters seek charity. What do you want? A group of poor travelers, including a child, are looking for help. The travelers are begging for 700 silver. They want the silver so they can buy back a friend who was recently kidnapped. You can give the items to the travelers by selecting a colonist and right-clicking on strapping. The travelers will move on after one day. I could just arrest them or kill them. There'll be no diplomatic consequences. But we are a charitable people and we care. So we can't do that. So who do I have to talk to strapping? Hello, strapping. How's it going? Looter. Oh, you're doing a lesson. All right, who's my next social person? Yuki. So we will find Yuki here. Hi, Yuki. You're fishing? Well, I need you to not do that. Come on. Come on. Go do that. So we're going to go give 700 silver. It's going to take forever. There we go. Beggars have accepted the items and are leaving. Wouldn't it be weird if they just wouldn't? Because it says they've accepted the items. Wouldn't it be weird? Who's pregnant? Oh, that's fine. Like, what have those colonists done? Why are they pregnant? I didn't realize they could leave through here. Huh. Huh. That's neat. Alright, well, we have a cave system, apparently. You can't leave without getting your feet soggy, though. Oh, it is 3:05, so it is time for a short break. Everyone needs to get up, and, well, you don't need to, but I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch, I'm going to cycle my laundry, and I will be right back. Where's the stupid I return. Yeah, I'm not sure if, I'm not sure if 1477 dropped frames is a lot or not. But they are what they are, right? Let's see, 1477 drop frames, one slow frame, some FPS. All of these numbers are numbering. Okay. Now I'll just plug that back in so I can put my phone on it and switch back to RimWorld. Gameplay. Now we're back to RimWorld and me. Hello. Here we are. Fantastic. My least favorite enemy type. Absolutely just friggin' hate it. I should just delete this from my game. I just dislike mech clusters. So many of them. Oh look, we have to go deal with them because there's a high turret. Yeah, we don't have armor or weapons for this. Fantastic. Here, buddy. Draft and go right here. Can you do anything with that? And can this shoot you from there? It can. Go here. Okay. We're gonna go over here. Alright, Vance, run. Everybody else that can fight. All of you. Draft, go here. Actually, draft and go here. Oh, Lord. Run, Vance, run! Why isn't there a door there? Well, fantastic. That'll end well for us. It's exactly what we wanted. Well, work. Construction. Tanner. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and put some door things in there. Okay. Tanner. I need you to go do this right now. Run, Vance. Oh, well, that's a dead cat. Alright, now I'm gonna go to over to the animals, and I'm gonna move all of them into the toddler zone. All of you are unrestricted and are going to, what is this one? This is follow. And all of you are going to come help. Alright, put you here. Put you here. Pop Smoke. Yuki, go murder this. Boost, why do you not have a weapon? What are you doing? Who said don't have a weapon? Go boo up. Go equip. I can't while you're drafted. Go equip that. Fantastic. We're gonna zone remove toddlers and pregnant people from this area because I don't want that. Go away. Uh-oh, now there's fire. That's fantastic. You, go hit that thing. This is ending perfectly for us. This is just how our whole colony ends. Oh, there goes a cat. Tanner? Okay. Red, what are you doing? Red, go there. Boo! Okay, animals. I need you to. Okay, zones. We need to look at our zones here. No cats. That's not what I want. Toddlers and pregnant people is kind of what I want, but they're getting murdered. Area 2, no. Area 3. I mean, I could. Area 1. That's not what I want. Help these idiots over there. Cats. Animals. Move the cats to help these idiots. I don't really want the cats to die. Okay. Everybody attack him. Red. Wooter. Sass. No, no, no. The children are also going to have to go into that zone. Here, no, schedule. There they are. Toddlers. Whatever. April. You. Help these idiots over here. There we go. You also. Oh, that's so painful. Alright, now I select everyone. And I. Oh, they can't attack because they're not assigned. I didn't train them to attack. I just trained them to rescue. Thrumbo 2. Where are you? There it is. Yuki. April. Well, Red's not on fire at least. Red, please don't die. You lost your whole toe. Good job, sir. Good job. April, what did you do? Oh, I see. You got shot in the brain. Hello, don't do that. Instead, rescue April. Tony, attack this thing. Hiroko, attack this thing. Ryan, go here. All of you, come out here. You two. No, go there. Why are you holding a child? Oh, you're not. You're holding a person. That's fine. Go here. Go here. Why is... Okay. They really like landing there, apparently. This one's injured. This was a disaster. All of you. Attack. Centipede. Jackalope. Rescue Bo. Okay, we're dead. This is the end of the colony. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I'm not going to quit, but I feel like this is probably how we die. Okay, boy, you're the oldest. You're going unrestricted, and you're going to go rescue Buap. Tanner, get closer. Aw, Boo just died. I'm sorry, Wooter. Jackalope, you're gonna get pregnant and die. Go do that. Okay, well, I think we may have mostly succeeded, so we're going to go ahead and draft and undraft everybody. And we're going to go ahead and unrestrict all of these people for now. And unrestrict you all to Area 1. And put you back in no cats. And put you back in no cats. This is haul. They've just aged up enough they can haul. Alright, cool. That was an utter disaster. But everyone seems to be alive. So as long as everybody's rescuing people. Oh, combat suppliers arrived. Fantastic. Now, you, wake up and help. You, medical emergency. Medical, stop. You, medical emergency. Rescue Vance. Jackalope. No, don't do that. Rescue Martin. Okay, Sarah, that's good news. Doctors, how's my doctoring going? Well, our two best doctors are now awake and doing stuff, and one of them is using her medical emergency to attend to people. Who's got one? Yuki, please don't die. Are you being tended to? Health? You lost a leg and you're about to die. Wooter, are you tending to Yuki? Yes, okay. Yuki, you should live. Yeah, you're gonna live. You got tended. You're good. You're good. You're fine. Everything's fantastic. Um, we lost cat number 2. We lost Bo, which is sad. That's really sad for us. Bo being gone is not. I'm not excited about that. I am sad. I like them. And also now I only have one male. Well, just one bonded male cat. But like not very many of these housekeeper cats. It's really hard to make more of them when they keep perishing. Sigmund, you have some heavy weight on your shoulders, Sigmund. Some heavy weight. The entirety of what the colony needs rests on your shoulders now, Sigmund. And that what the colony needs is to never have to worry about whether or not the floors are clean. Sigmund, don't fail us. This belongs to April. We don't want to leave these things out on the ground because that is how they are all ruined forever and everything is terrible. Alright, Sari, hi, how's it going? Medical emergency. Yuki has a medical emergency still. Yep, but they're missing a leg. Buap, you're fine. Tanner, just a bruise. Get up, Tanner, you're fine. Vale, okay. The eye thing hurts. Granted. Civil War, yep, that's unfortunate. Tony, how you doing? You're doing alright. You're still bleeding, but you're being tended to. You just have some burns. This is not great for us. We're going to have to, I think I have one. I do. We're going to go ahead and take care of you first and make sure that some of the stuff that's really bad gets healed before we try to fix your brain. But at least we'll be able to fix your brain. You're missing an ear, though. April, you're having a rough go of it. Jackalope. Is someone gonna rescue him? Wooter, we need you. Get up. Rescue Martin. Okay, we're gonna let that happen. Oh, don't go back to sleep. You have to come here. What is wrong with you? Yeah, I know, you're tired. Wooter, go stand right. Go stand right there. So now I can undraft you and let you tend. Perfect. Jackalope, you're gonna lose the baby if you keep bleeding. You better be laying down soon. No, you go rest until you're healed. What the heck is wrong with these colonists? I am on my second trimester, and I have wounds, and I'm bleeding, and I could lose the baby, but I'm just gonna do whatever the heck I want. I'm not gonna take care of anything. All right, Looter, you stink. Go trade. I know you're tired and you're gonna have a mental break, but people are dying. Like the entire colony. We're gonna buy the medicine. We're gonna sell them the yayo. We're gonna sell them the Gorlin seed. We're gonna sell them this knife and this club. And this knife. And we'll go ahead and buy this plasma sword. And this Zeus hammer. And we'll sell all of this. Because we have like a jillion bows that we have our one colonist child just making bow after bow after bow. And the reason we have them doing that is I can just sell them when they're poor, and my colonists' skill goes up a lot. And wood's a renewable resource, more or less. Less so on this map than a normal one, but wood's a renewable resource, so we just make a jillion bows. We need better weapons. That was almost a complete disaster. Let's see. We'll buy this normal bolt action rifle. We're going to sell this. We're going to keep this one. No, we'll keep that. Why are we not using these assault rifles? Oh, cocktails. I don't use any of this. We'll buy the smoke pop helmet pack. We're going to sell this chain shotgun. No, not the good one. This sniper rifle. This revolver. This great bow. This pump shotgun. Just making sure we're just selling a fair number of things, you know? Look at all of that space we just made in the colony. Let's see, what's this? I don't care. Ryan, why aren't you in bed? Because they're all full. So my colonists are just kind of chilling and hanging out, and we'll have to finish dealing with this. Who has an infection? Vance. Who said that you should be doing that? Immunity drive Vance. All right. All of the little colonists are running around. We have Ryan still needs medical treatment. What's wrong with you? Oh, you just have a slight burn. That's fine. You're doing okay. Vance, how is your health doing? Your infection has been taken care of. You are absolutely kicking your infection's butt. It's a combination of the room and the hospital bed and the intravenous drip stand, which causes their immunity to gain faster. Just got our colonists moving around. Ooh, the table's finally moved. So we can shift that. Move these chairs around. So that they're not in the door when they, because they're blocking this pathway for people, and that means people are taking this one, and I don't really like that. Red now has an infection. Red, could you not please? I kind of need you to stop. You lost some toes. How's your infection? You're you're beating it, but just barely. Wooter, what are you doing? You're dealing with someone. You're both dealing with someone. All right. Do RimWorld music really just is a vibe for me. Just like do 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 do. Has anyone tended to you, Red, or are you still struggling? You're still struggling. You're winning, but you're struggling. Booter, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're tending to Red? Okay, that's fine. At least one of you is tending to Red. And Wooter is not doing okay. He's like, that's it. I can't take it anymore. I'm stressed out. Everything's terrible. My friends are all hurt. I'm getting something to eat. I'm going to go sit at this table and I'm going to eat it. And then I'm going to do that again until my tummy hurts. And that'll make me feel better because my tummy will hurt. Not really, but that's what he's thinking. All right, Jackalope. Did you keep the baby? I think you did. But guess what? You have to go to Toddlers and Pregos. Now, assign. All the way down here. U4. U5. Yes. To toddlers and pregnant people. Follow. Copy. Paste. There we are. Oh. So, let's just let them do their thing and see if everyone survives. Tony, why aren't you in bed? You're supposed to be resting. April, I'm really sorry about what happened. Tony, why are you walking on April? Did you see that? Tony just walked right across April and Red's faces. Like, la la la, I'm going to do what I want. April is doing better. This is going to take April a while. Do we still have malnutrition? Okay, well, we do, but who has an infection? Red. We'll preach health at Red. Red's asleep. We'll wait till Red's awake. And then we'll preach health at Red, because we don't have to go anywhere to do that. Don't. Why did they do that? I wish I knew why they did that. This is ridiculous. Go around. Maybe I need to move their beds closer to the middle of the room so that people can walk behind them. Seems silly to have to do that, but maybe, right? Well, I have grown extremely tired having streamed for. This is my first stream, really. I did like a 12-minute test stream yesterday, and this is my first stream, my first real stream. So I'm thinking I may end early so that I don't have to, because I'm like worn out. I just don't know if I should. You know? I know you know. The only people that are in here are people who stream. Or I'm the only person in here, which is a possibility. I might be my only viewer. But that's okay. How's April's health doing? Here, preach some health at Red. And they're doing a little chitty chat. April got out of bed, even with a permanent brain injury. We're at 40% efficiency. The rest of us, everything is getting better. I'm hoping that the Healer Mech Serum will do what I want it to do and fix this. That's what I'm hoping for. Thrombo 7 is fully healed. That's good. How are my animals? Are any of them still dead? Housekeeper cat. A little bit. What's wrong with you? Why haven't you gotten tended yet? Oh, you just got shot. You just got shot by this mini slugger. No, damsel's gonna get shot at and then probably run. This mini slugger has to go. But everyone has to get up first. Fantastic. Really tempted to look at Purple stream and find out when Purple streams next. Purple Mon. Let's look at Purple's schedule. Oh, Purple's going to stream tonight at 8 p.m. Neat. I will not still be on then. That will be way too much. I will be entirely too tired. I do not have that brand of skill. Let's see. Does Vance still have an infection? Vance. Hey, we're doing good, Vance. I'm going to delete that. What about this one, Red? How are you doing? You're doing fine, but you haven't developed your immunity yet. How do I... Is this the one? Shred Mechanoid. Do forever. We'll just leave that. This is the way I want them to go. This guy has to... You're a problem. This mini slugger is a bully. It is bullying my colony. Rude. Let's see. What are we willing to use here? We don't have any of that. Bear, Altines. Nope, we'll keep that. Chinchilla is valuable. You can make human leather cowboy hats. That's fine. You can also make plain leather cowboy hats. That's also fine. I have to remember to talk when I'm streaming. I can't talk quietly or not at all. That's not cool. Dead air isn't fun to watch. Alright, Jackalope, what are you doing? And why are you up? Alright, you're doing okay. April, where did you go? April? How's it going? Excellent, man. Alright, good job. How's your health? We're almost all better here. I'm gonna allow it. It looks like it's the worst damaged section, so we'll see how that goes. Medical treatment needed for Red. Red, what are you doing? Why are you... These colonists will be the death of me one day, I swear to you. April's awaiting patiently their medical operation. Wooter, it's going to be later because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. 3. Zone. Orders allow everything. I really wish they wouldn't just walk across the beds, though. That would be nice. Oh. I think I may not do 4-hour streams in the future. I'm a bit hungry and exhausted. I did not expect how hungry I was going to be. That's for real. Very real. Look at them tending April. All right, April. How you doing now? How's our health there? We're just missing our ear. Isn't that nice, April? Aren't you feeling a lot better now? You can cook again. That must be nice. Boy is watching his work be performed. So our cooking is this is good news. I love it when the children actually like just stalk someone who's cooking and then they reach like age 13 and their cooking's like 6 or something and you're like, "Oh my goodness, I don't understand why." Like I don't understand why colonists you create have a cooking of like 2 and you can get a toddler or a kid. I didn't assign him to cooking. He's doing it himself and he's already at 4 and he's more than halfway to 5. Like I didn't tell him to do that. He decided to do it himself. Oh well, now that we're excited about that, we're going to go ahead and save. We're going to make this number 6. Yep, because there's 5. We'll save that. Then we'll quit to OS. And we'll wave at everyone. And then we're going to try to figure out how the heck this raiding thing works. And who we want to raid. Because we want to raid someone. I'm thinking we're going to raid Justice. So we'll do /raid space JUICETICETV. And then I am going to say, we don't have an end screen now, so I'll switch to just the chatting stream. Thank you all, or myself, or whomstever, for listening to me read The Princess Bride today, and a little bit of RimWorld that we played. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun, but I am tired and hungry, and I can't quite make it to the 4-hour mark, because I am just too tired. Worn out. And sitting here and waiting is not going to do us any favors. So I'm going to head out. Bye-bye.
Give me an idea. Enderling. Hi, Nala. Tovinator. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We're just about to start. Well, it's not a new colony. We've been playing this colony for a while now, but we're just about to get into it. The Spicy Boys. Les Spicy Bois. We spent 4 hours talking to yourself. That happens. Thanks for the raid. Sorry, we don't have a Hey, maybe I can't. Acre. Yeah, you're terrible at shooting, but you'll get good fast because you're a fast